The National Electoral Institute of the Electoral Tribunal of the Federal Judiciary of Mexico and the Federal Institute of Mexico City. We would like to welcome you all. Welcome to Mexico City. Welcome to this second day that we have of this informative forum on the electoral process 2024. We would like to keep on just going over the different stages of the process, different relevant topics for you to make down notes and just to really make any types of questions that you may have as foreign visitors right now. For us to be able to welcome you to Mexico City, we have the best person in the house. She is the president of the Electoral Institute of Mexico City, Mrs. Patricia Avedaño Duran. Let's welcome her, please. And also the electoral counselor of our Commission of Liaison with External Organization, Mrs. Erika Estrada Ruiz. Now, I'll pass the floor to our electoral counselor, Erika Estrada Ruiz, and Mrs. Patricia Avedaño as well. Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor to be here today with you in this city, in this country. I am Mexican, I love my country, and I cannot stop realizing that we still have a long way to go when it comes to building our democracy. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all today to this forum that is part of our observation exercise. Observation of the elections. You're going to be taking part in such a significant way. I would like to start by highlighting that electoral observation was not a just regular practice that we used to have in the past in this country. Our political electoral system was even considered to be a simulation. That was the rumor. We were called a perfect dictatorship. We only had one hegemonic party that was just ruling us all, and there would be no difference in the elections. It would not be relevant who would get most of the elections. And well, right now that we know that, well, in the past we had other types of electoral bodies that were not like the Electoral Institute of Mexico City or the Federal Institute of Mexico. We usually have this type of just emerging exercises of electoral observation. Today, we just started with this type of struggle because we had to be present in all electoral ballot areas, and it seems to be very far away from us. That's part of our past. However, it is not that far, and I would like to thank you all for being here, for just really gathering all of the elements that are needed for us to be able to conduct this very valuable activity, which is the electoral exercise that we will have here in the country. In the city, Mexico City, we have a very large enrollment of the different voters that we have. I also would like to highlight that during these concurring elections, we're going to have them all over the country for different positions, and we're going to choose whoever is going to be the president of the republic, and we're going to choose the members of the high and low chambers of the Congress, all of that at a federal level. And in Mexico City, we are going to choose our mayor, the mayor of our city, and we are also going to have the members of our Congress, like I mentioned, and those who are going to be the heads of the different municipalities. And now we're going to have an innovative component. We're going to have a block of persons that are now going to become officers or what we call concejal, which is a council member. So as part of all of this, and I would like to refer to a very specific circumstance that entails a paradox in a federalist country like ours. We know that, well, in this scheme, we do have some sort of overlapping authorities on one same territory and for one same population. For many years, since 1929, we got rid of this body, which is the one that is the closest to the citizenship, and that's the municipal government. At the time, we had some internal conflicts, some hegemony of several military leaders, and we saw the revolution taking place early last century, and we realized that the city, which is the venue of the different branches of government, and we as citizens were not able to choose our governors, our municipal governors. So for that reason, Mexico City only had one president who was appointed directly by the presidency of the republic, and he would best the power, such as political delegates. We had them for every territorial circumscription, and we did not have a legislative branch at the time. And after we had a long standing fight because we wanted to really recover the rights of the citizens that were part of the city, we were part of this democratic wave because we wanted to transform the conditions of our system. We wanted to have actual democracy with effective elections, and that's how electoral bodies emerged. This body, we must commemorate the establishment of this body. It's been around for 25 years, and it was part of that democratic wave that we had because we really wanted to really have the exercise of all of these political rights of the citizens of this capital city. In the past, we did not have a way for us to choose our governors. We could not choose those who were going to be the lawmakers of our city. However, we could take part in choosing presidents, federal deputies. However, our political rights were restricted, and then we had very significant movements for us to be able to demand the restitution of this fundamental right of all citizens. It is a human right that cannot be waived at all. So after 25 years of having established this institute as part of a new institutional arrangement for those of us who are the dwellers of this capital city, for us to be able to have the right to decide who would be ruling us, who would be just really helping us in governing the capital city of our country. It was a very significant process, and the Electoral Institute at the time was established as the Electoral Institute of Mexico City, or the Federal District at the time. So we all became one same institution, and we have gone through many different circumstances over time for us to be able to expand the enforcement of these political rights specifically for all citizens of the city. Therefore, we have recovered the main idea of my speech. It is very valuable to have you all. That's what I really wanted to say, because right now, at this time where we have this hegemony and where we would have this total dominance on public positions, we both have all types of circumstances led us to providing more certainty. We did have a lot of significant things taking place in this country because that's how we have evolved our elections, and that's the importance that these elections have, because this is not an authority that can just serve in a given poll area, but we do have made a lot of contributions when it comes to just really following all of these processes, making improvements, finding our windows of opportunity, and to perfect our processes that we follow. And it is also very important to note that the Mexican electoral system was fully amended since 2014. We did not only continue with a federalistic system like we have it today. No, we know that the Electoral Institute is now the governing authority that rules all of the electoral processes in this country. For that reason, local electoral bodies work along hand in hand with the electoral system at a federal level, because if we are at a ballot place where we have all of the federal ballots and local election ballots as well, at the very end of the elections, those different minutes and all of the different documents are going to be addressed to the different districts, to the district councils of the Electoral Institute of Mexico City. It is also important to note that just having your presence during all of this electoral process before, during, and after is relevant for all stakeholders and officials, citizens, and political party representatives. Having all of these persons present is going to protect our electoral process. For that reason, I would like to thank you all for being willing to come, for having traveled for such a long distance, and for just really contributing with your experience, and for also giving us your critical point of view on our process, and also celebrating that today electoral observation is a common practice that is governed, respected, and that also contributes to just giving lawfulness to the authorities that are going to be appointed from this electoral process. At this stage of the electoral process is just one stage of the different stages that is part of this whole electoral process. Even though it is one of the most visible process, we know that the district estimations and counts are also going to be following our regulations or laws. In the event we are going to have very close results, then we will have to decide on the elections. So this is a long-standing process that is going to be under a lot of stress for all parties involved, and for it is going to be very stressful for the official citizens that have been called for these elections, for our electoral officials, and also where we see the presence of our political parties, because in the event of doubt, we're going to open all of the ballot boxes and we're going to determine those votes, and at that district venue, then we're going to have such a transcendent moment even before we can give the official results. Of course, on the elections day, we're going to have processes that will allow us to profile certain estimations, such as quick counts. And it is important to note that the National Institute already started with the mayor position for Mexico City, and us as a local institute, Electoral Institute of Mexico City, we will have the quick counts for the different municipalities which are part of the recovery process that we're trying to have. It is very similar to, again, a municipality that we have in other states. It is a close governor that is closer to the citizenship, and for that reason, we will just continue with that. And again, I would like to thank you all once more for just joining us today in this country city, where we will welcoming you all with our open arms, and for you, with that critical political standpoint and unbiased, for you to be able to also give us your opinion on these processes and to validate this, and also by giving us that touch of legitimacy in an electoral process in one of the top parts of our process on the next 2nd of June. Thank you so much. We would like to thank the participation of our President Patricia Avedaño, and now we will pass the floor to all of you and all of us who are just joining us online. We also have Mrs. Erika Estrada Ruiz, who is the Electoral Counselor of the Provincial Commission for Liaison of the IECM, or Electoral Institute of Mexico City. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to this forum. Today we're seeing more persons, familiar faces, experts, authorities, friends from different regions from the world. Once more, thank you so much for joining us today, for being so solidary with our country. We have this huge openness for you to be able to be part of our electoral process, which is so important. I would like to start my intervention today by highlighting that it's been a couple of days since the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights adopted Resolution 1/2024, the very first one of this year, where they recognize the electoral observers, both domestic and international, as defenders of human rights, given the intrinsic significance of the activity that is being conducted and the respect and protection of rights and the defense for democracy. It's such a great piece of news to all of us who believe in electoral observation and who believe in democracy. For that reason, we need to acknowledge and recognize each and every one of you for playing that important role in the elections, and for you to get this expert opinion as the president was mentioning. And something that could be done in the right way, and also some things that are not being done in the right way. And we need to mention that all of this needs to be seen from a critical, unbiased standpoint. And this independent standpoint has been institutionalized as a good practice, and it has been virtually just turned into an international standard because, like we already highlighted, it contributes both to point out to what is not working and to also mention what is working and what is not working. For that reason is that I love electoral observation. If you know me well, you know that I'm an active participant of the different invites that we get from the different countries because I'm really interested in always learning how the electoral processes are taking place and also bringing the best practices to my country and also to contribute in that strengthening of democracy. However, we do have a lot of issues where we have whenever we have done this type of exercises, because we started from analyzing some very specific parts of this process of mapping certain activities and recognizing who were the activities and authorities who were conducting all of these tasks all over the world. We have different systems, political systems, and we have now gone to observe more ambitious, specific, critical, and demanding aspects, such as how resources are being allocated into these campaigns inside and outside the politics, and those that are lawful and those that are not lawful, and also taking part in those electoral processes that are related to access to justice and conflict resolution, observing other mechanisms that are related to making a very equal contest. So, as you may have noticed, electoral observation has changed a lot. It is not what we knew many decades ago, and it is very different from the present today in the different countries that are part of this observation mission and this foreign visitor program. The Electoral Institute of Mexico City has been around for many years as part of this democratic exercise. We have had different exercises over the past decade. We have had the participation since 2015, 2018, and 2021. But it's not the only type of exercise when it comes to renewing the different powers and authorities, where we have had visitors not only from the local country but also from abroad. And here I see many familiar faces of persons who have recently joined us, such as Carmen, where they had the chance of visiting us and seeing how this exercise of this nature, such as this participation budget, is taking part of all of this democracy, and all of the observers that are out there just really somehow observing the electoral process and citizen participation overall. And also, let me share with you that from the Electoral Institute of Mexico City, we also work very thoroughly with young people and children. We have a space that is called City That Observes. Yesterday, we heard how children and the youth had been taking part in the different debates that were held all over Mexico City. But again, if we talk about the youth and children, this is also part of this observatory that is permanently ongoing, and we know that we need to work tirelessly on civic education so that we can really cascade and start with children and the youth so that they can be aware of their rights, for them to be empowered. And it's not like, oh, we're going to have just a magic wand making us democrats, all of us. No, that's not how it works. We know that during our childhood, our youth, that's where we need to be part of this. And this is a laboratory that is called City That Observes. This is how we work closely with the youth and children so that they can learn more about this institution. We also have a network of observation that was created about 10 years ago, almost in 2015, that is made up of different persons from the civil society and citizens in general to just join the institute across the different tasks that are ongoing on a permanent basis. We have all of these activities. Currently, this observation network is made up of a very relevant group of persons, about 100 organizations that are part of the civil society. They have been represented, and physical persons or natural persons, about 30 persons who are also consistently working with the institution. They're also taking part in public meetings. They're also taking part in the different institutional works. They're working in our training courses, whether by getting training or also by giving training as well from the different spaces where they are experts in their own domains of expertise. We know that all of our tasks need to be open to public criticism and it is to be totally unbiased. This is a type of observation to which we're subjected very consistently and to have a good evaluation of our work. Now, let me start talking about democracy in Mexico to start wrapping up my ideas. In Mexico, we have had for many years a very high alternance in power. This has been achieved through very broad democratizing activities where we can also just really work under equal circumstances. We know that we have certain red flags that warn us, but this has allowed the different alternates in our country, both locally and federally. Any person or political party that is just really just being nominated, they may have the option of being actually chosen for these positions. And after all of these years of democracy in Mexico, can we say that we have a young democracy and therefore institutions and democratic processes may even state that they have not been well established, they are very fragile. And allow me to say, we sometimes have this idea that we may be very weak, and we know that democratic charter, inter-American democratic charter, and other agreements that have been ratified by Mexico provide for that the peoples of the Americas are entitled to democracy, and their governments have the duty of promoting democracy and defending democracy. Now, literature that is out there specific on the topic addresses two matters. The very first one is democracy, and the second one is a democracy that lasts. In order to achieve this, we need a certain degree of radicalization and the preference that they may have on certain standards. These phrases that we have been, and these quotes that we have been hearing all over Mexico, is that the law needs to be enforced. And this is something that we have also been under the limelight as political actors, and we have been facing scenarios where you may have received maybe pieces of news in your own countries on the possibility of having these electoral reforms and the existence of Plan A, B, and C that seeks to change our electoral structures and that seeks to really penetrate the public electoral autonomous bodies that we have in our country. And I really like to highlight the fact that we're open to scrutiny as authorities. That's how it has to be. All of our decisions need to be reviewed through institutional channels that we also have in our country. We have this extreme judicialization, and I believe that we cannot just consider this as one of our parties. And we also know that we have all types of electoral attacks, not only in Mexico but all over the world. And I can tell you, unfortunately, that Mexico has been no exception in this electoral process, where from scrutiny, we have also gone to direct attacks against the electoral authorities. And lastly, I would like to finish with this idea. We've had a very high number of reports by the electoral authorities because they are all addressing the actions of the different political forces, and it leads us to addressing the possible judicialization of our electoral results in our country. We have them as a phenomenon, I would say, and we have always worked in just by just providing assistance to the electoral authorities, to the courts, and we need to be very careful with how we're treating that judicialization with our country, but by recognizing that our electoral results, basically, I believe that all of us, after June the 2nd, we would really commemorate and celebrate if we have that type of political level where all political parties can actually recognize the results that we're going to get from those elections. And I expect citizens to go out there to vote freely and peacefully. We need to be very resilient, responsible, to really understand what could be the adverse circumstances that we could face, and also respond before those circumstances, being prepared. and also creating the necessary conditions for our country and our city to be really part of this democratic, impeccable process. That's the commitment that we have as electoral authorities. Like I mentioned, it's been many months since we have been trying to work on having the information available, and today we have been convened with all of you for us to be able to continue moving forward in the democratization of our country, and also when it comes to transparency and accountability. Once again, thank you so much. Be welcome to our country. I hope that you have a very successful day of work today, and please schedule my greetings. I hope that I can kiss you and hug you all. Thank you so much. We would like to thank Erika Estrada Ruiz, who is our electoral council, and then we're going to get into a pause. I just want to thank you and mention that in Mexico, this electoral observation, whenever we have foreign visitors, of course, we take them into account. In the case of the IECM, we consider them to be a quality management system, and we do monitor all of these activities. And your commitment, and I believe that Lina's and everyone's commitment and your representatives' commitment are very important, and it does not finish just with the handing over of a report. It will continue with audits and many more activities. For that reason, we would like to thank you for your commitment with our elections. So we will continue in 5 minutes with the next session. Thank you.
with the seventh session of the informative forum of the federal electoral process 2023-2024. Please have a seat so we can continue our activities. During this opportunity, we will speak about a broad number of topics. This session is about vote in prison, anticipated vote, and accessible vote, going over the models of operation, relevant points of these mechanisms, which enable us to protect the rights. So we invite those who are at the back to sit down with us in this informative forum. Well, thank you very much. As I was commenting during this forum, dearest guests, we're going to begin. We're streaming, we're broadcasting, so we're gonna, thank the followers of the streaming who are analyzing the electoral counselors or the National Electoral Institute's streaming and Mexico's authorities. This is the seventh session of this informative forum about the electoral process 2024. For this session, I have the pleasure of having important sessions with Ms. Carla Humphrey. Thank you, Madam Counselor, Mr. Valle Monroy, Electoral Counselor, and Counselor Ernesto Ramos Mega. As the first point of this conversation will lead me to open the floor for the counselor of the National Electoral Institute, Carla Humphrey, who will speak about prison voting and the path towards the implementation of prison voting so people who are at the precincts could cast their votes, fulfilling the dream to cast the vote. Thank you, Counselor. The floor is yours. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to greet you all here. I was part of this forum a couple of times yesterday. Now, and today I'm in this session. I'd like to share with you all that the name of this session is Prison Voting, Early Voting, Accessible Voting, Modes of Operation, Relevant Rulings, and Vote from Abroad. We have three types of votes from abroad. So I will begin. Well, I have it all structured, but I believe that we can continue this development with, I can't change this. Well, the electoral landscape, just to give you context, because yesterday we were discussing this as we speak, well, there's concurrent elections in 32 state entities. So today we're having, elections in which many federal positions are being up for elections, and there's many people, and the citizenship will cast their votes when they go to the polls, to the ballots, and they will have to vote in a unique booth that will have. And we have over 20,000 positions at a federal scale in this country, 32 for Congress, the executive of this federation, and we will have in our infrastructure over 1,700 booths. 99.5 million people will have the capacity or right to cast their votes in different ways. So it's the first time we have four different nominal rosters. We have the national roster, the roster from abroad, the roster for anticipated votes, and the roster for those who are voting from prison. Now we have the credentials or the voter's ID for people who are trans and non-binary as a measure of inclusion. So we're following up and analyzing the ways in which we can update and acknowledge and include all the sectors of society in this country. Now, for the first time, we're going to have prison voting at a federal level, early voting, and we've had different exercises in previous elections, in the intermediate elections of 2021 and local elections that we held in 22 and 23. But at a federal executive level for the presidential chair is the first time in which we have this concurrent elections. The vote of prison voting is something that we're going to continue discussing during this session. I think this, device is not working. I skipped a slide. Somebody needs to aid me at the stage. I don't know. Thank you, Arlene. So, well, the landscape about voting from prison, which is a vote that is a part of our domiciliation process. It's part of our articles of our law and our charters, and it enables the authorities or electoral authorities that they can, go to their with their voters' ID, and the National Electoral Institute could go to your homes to issue your voters' ID. This started in 2018. The reform happened in 2016. This program was implemented in 2018. We established that those who had received their voters' ID from the 18th to the 24th had an extension of time till 2024, and we went through an exercise. This was a creation of the institution to quantify the votes at the voter's address. If they can't obtain their voter's ID, it's likely that on E-Day they are not going to be capable to cast their votes. This is why we decided to go through the first stage exercise to analyze the list of the citizens in the roster that had petitioned to receive an issued voter's ID and their addresses. So I want to tell you that we have a technical committee constituted by experts or examiners that are part of the electoral authorities that keep track of the rosters. Now, these are measures in place that have to be broadened in scope in Mexico because of the life expectancy that's growing. So this is why we expect those people to ask for their capacity to vote from their homes, and in whichever the case be, the majority of these people in the roster are women. It's a 64%, 63%. We're going to analyze the number of women that have petitioned the issuance of the capacity to cast their votes from their homes. We drafted our laws and regulations to see exactly how this is going to be regulated to guarantee early voting capacities. And we asked those who are part of the roster who had the desire to vote from homes. We compiled the names of those who wanted to vote from their homes, so we gave them that information and clear instructions, because we have the measures in place to keep them informed about the candidates, those who have been nominated, and the terms and conditions. The early vote process enabled us to, after weighing, pondering rights and the maximization of rights to guarantee that all the citizenship can exercise and cast their votes, enabled us to have 3,400 people registered or in the roster so they can vote from their homes. The early voting process started from May 6th to the 20th of May. The term ended. How did we operate? Government officials or institutional officials went to the steps of these homes with a mobile voting ballot, the box, so they can go to another section inside their address, in another room inside their address, so they could exercise the vote in privacy. Then they put the ballot box in the box and in an envelope that was given closed to the voting ballot officials. These envelopes are kept safely by each council at a district level or constituency level, and we scrutinize and quantify the votes on E-Day. These votes are still under safeguard at the ballots, and they're safe kept as if we had received them on E-Day with officials that were properly trained to open the votes and separate the votes that they received and quantify and scrutinize each vote. Now, this subject is something that led us to enroll 60% or 61% of those who are part of the roster are women. They were registered 1,354 males, and the group of this roster is in its majority constituted by women that are over 60, while the younger ones are between 18 and 29. It's 40-some% of the total. This vote process ended, and we have a high percentage of votes that historically, since 1994, we held the greatest election process with greater majority of participation with a 77%. The previous elections had 63 or 64% of votes, and in this one we had 3,445 people. It's 86.6% 0.08% of the people registered. Unfortunately, there's cases in which we go to the home, the person is no longer in conditions to exercise their vote or cast their vote or have died. Our technical committee and their counselors decided to broaden the capacity or modality for these type of people so they can cast their votes if they suffer a permanent or temporary disability, and that's the reason that holds them back from voting during E-Day. So that's the way in which we guarantee their right to cast votes. And I'll be brief and fast to summarize the subjects in this next point. Early voting and prison voting. These types of voting is part of the rulings of the High Chamber that mandates us to guarantee that the people that are in prison and have not been sentenced can still cast their votes. They haven't lost their rights to exercise their political or electoral rights. That's part of a case that was challenged by two people that were serving time or in prison in the state of Chiapas because they weren't capable of exercising their votes. So the High Chamber has specified that we had to run pilot tests in 2024 so they can go through voting from prison. This is the first time in which it was mandatory for us because of the ruling for us to implement this at nation level. We have 14 centers in precincts where we have this exercise taken place. So we were told by the National Electoral Institute in Mexico City that the scope of this effort was great in its scope, and this is mandatory in the city, and some entities it's mandatory. At a federal scale, we follow the High Court ruling to exercise our mandate, and there's some jurisdictions that have it in compulsory nature. So we work with public safety authorities, and we analyze the case. There was a resistance at the beginning. Some authorities wouldn't enable us to access the network of precincts to guarantee the safety of the officials and the people in the precincts. Now, after we explained the whole situation and what happened in 2021, it wasn't about the electoral authorities' ideas of having this modality to vote, but it was our ruling mandate. It became an obligation for all the authorities of the Mexican state. They accepted, and what we had to analyze is which are the precincts of the network which have the best conditions to exercise this process. At a federal scale, we have in 2014, from May 6th, we had this process happen in 14 precincts, and we printed the ballots. We had the vote happen in person in the printed ballot. We took all the infrastructure. The people who are in prison are being called so they can cast their votes. It's very important for us to have these exercises to issue instructions and enable the people in prison to cast their votes when they are, in the prison system, they don't have access to means of communication freely. So this is why in previous exercises of this type of vote, we took in paper the instructions and the political parties involved, the candidates involved, so they could cast their votes. But hand in hand, we worked with the National Electoral Institute to instruct them to understand that there are platforms to listen to debates of the platforms and debates held by the parties, that what they were promising throughout the elections, and we transmitted or streamed the debates. These people will discuss this later. The presidential debates were streamed at the precincts of in this network so they can improve their conditions of receiving information to exercise their vote on the reason and the proper information that was provided. We had this exercise with thousands of people who were at prison. It was very important. In the roster of the citizenships who cast their votes, we had the voter's ID in precincts. So it's the instrument that is used to vote, which is the voter's ID. You can't vote with any other document from any consulate authorities nor passport. This is why it was a triumph, because there's always resistance. How can we issue voter's ID at precincts from all the authorities that are involved and political parties as well? The scheme or the plan of how to implement this modality was complex. At the precincts, they told us that they couldn't keep the printed ID because it could be used as a weapon inside the precincts where there's citizens are in prison. We had to create a mechanism to send them an instrument that's proof so they can obtain their voter's ID. So we issued the voter's ID for over 4,000 people. It's important to understand that this type of votes is here to stay. We have to offer the right conditions. When people haven't been sentenced, they have the capacity and right to cast their votes from prison. In our level there's a lot of impunity. It's a 92%. In many of the cases, these people are waiting to be sentenced in the voter's ID last 10 years. If we don't guarantee their capacity to exercise the right to their vote, then we're denying it. And, this is what the electoral authorities have done to accept prison voting and early voting. It's very important. 26,445 people voted out of this 3,810. So 85.83% of the people voted. I would like to have those voting percentages from the ballots on June 2nd. It would be of great success at a national level to have obtained over 32 or 30-some% of abstentions that we see at presidential or executive elections, where we have the highest number of voters registered. I'll speak about internet voting or accessible voting, and I'll sketch it all out so I won't consume more time. Back in 2006, we had the type of votes from abroad. For Mexicans abroad or foreign, we had like email or post services receiving the votes. It did cost a lot of money because the citizens abroad had to send their vote via certified mail. So it's something that they had to pay a fee for. They were heroes. They wanted to cast their votes from abroad, and they faced many complexities with the e-vote. We have progressed, and first of all, I must say, from the National Electoral Institute of Mexico City, I was there at some point. We implemented at the National Electoral Institute, we implemented the electronic vote via internet from abroad. The National Electoral Institute had to work hard on this and implemented the e-vote 10 years later. So in 2006, we received votes from abroad via post mail services. It was implemented in 2021 at federal level. So this progress happened in the scope at a federal level. So voters from abroad can vote in all the nation using post services. In 2003, we added a different modality to cast a vote from abroad based on a court ruling of the electoral authorities, the Electoral Tribunal, which is an in-person vote at the consulates of our country. It's an e-vote. This was implemented in the first trial. We had 4 consulates involved at Dallas, LA, Chicago, and Montreal. We had only elections in 2 state entities, Coahuila and in the state of Mexico. And, it was a very important exercise that needs to be perfectioned. The exercise has grown in its scope. We've obtained great data of the roster of citizens that registered. 223,981 people were registered to vote from abroad. And in these types, 3 modalities of voting. The most used type is the e-vote via internet with 67%, then the post-mail services, and in-person vote modality. The in-person modality surprised us because, first of all, we thought that we were calculating that Mexicans, first-generation Mexicans living abroad, are around 12 million, but the second and third generation lead us to 36 million Mexicans abroad, an achievement for them to vote. After we issued the voter's ID back in 2014, we have 1.5 million people which have been given a voter's ID abroad. We expected to have a greater roster from abroad in-person vote in some of the consulates in the U.S. and the consulate with greater rosters are Madrid in Spain. It's a modality in-person vote, and the U.S. is the second ranked. We enabled many offices. With the consular's office, we have 20 consulates in which we keep record of those who voted abroad who are living in other nations. One unit is in Paris, Madrid, and Montreal. These are the 23 consulate units in which we have the voting ballots. Right now, they're voting via post mail services. The envelopes have to be be sent to Mexico City no later than tomorrow at 8 a.m. The envelope that's sent after 8 a.m. cannot be part of the scrutiny or quantification. That envelope is not open. It's not quantified. We don't consider it. Voters from abroad are voting via email or e-services or email services. We expanded this to May 28th and the 6th of June. At 6th of June, we can still accept the vote. You have an extension period, which is only 30 minutes to submit the vote, and the in-person vote will be electronic. We will take the ballot boxes so you can be connected with an electronic system to connect via internet. And it's very important for us to guarantee that our voting process is inclusive, and those who are registered in the roster to vote in person, we keep their ballot intact. They can go to vote. 1,500 Mexicans that have been issued a voter's ID abroad can vote in person to cast their votes via electronic means. We send them to a centralized voting ballot unit. We have 1,500 voting ballots, so we expect this the flow of citizens that can cast their votes in some consulates or with other authorities, so they can cast their vote from abroad. There's a paradox. Those who started casting their votes, even facing difficulties via post services, post mail services. Imagine all of the process. You can vote via internet, in person. They can vote via all these services 2 days in advance. You can vote after 6 p.m. or 1800 hours before we close the system. We have to vote in our ballot boxes close to our addresses. In that ballot box, it's paper from 6 to 8. Now, this is led by that important ruling or judgment that was issued yesterday by the High Chamber, and many of us who are here are we're pro use of technology amidst the electoral process with caution, with all the controls, but this court ruling leads us to enable some collectives to cast their votes from abroad and through the right channels and means. It's very important for us to include all the stakeholders involved. A group of mothers asked to vote from abroad, or caregivers who are in their homes that are taking care of their loved ones who live with a disability, asked us to open the modality for them to cast their votes, and they challenged the ruling from MENA. The tribunal had contest in the process. Many colleagues were part of the process, and we analyzed the proposal. In our law, we're not permitted to cast the electronic vote for all those in the roster, but we studied that a fraction of those registered or a specific group of citizens could cast their votes via internet. What's relevant is that yesterday the judgment was challenged yesterday. The answer was yes, but we couldn't modify the CDA and the electronic system that's used for abroad because it could be affected. It had already passed the audit. We have drills for the next electoral process. The next electoral process is at a local level, not and federal later. The highest chamber, Superior Chamber, said yesterday in its ruling that we have to study the process now of how to do things via electronic means or in early votes. These are good news because we're trying to maximize the process, and we're thinking about opening this process for citizens to have the capacity and right to exercise their vote. And we're not just following the traditional customary way to cast our votes that took place 30 years ago. For the federal elections, we printed out 38 million ballots for Mexico City in safe papers distributed in all the nation. We're still missing local elections. They all printed their ballots. So we're thinking about ways of making the process sustainable and cost-effective for us to cast votes. It's something that we have to think about. We think about specific groups of the population that need to cast their vote, but that cannot go. For example, people in the army, people that are working in hospitals, people that are even suffering a condition that's affecting their health in the hospital network. There's different collectives of our citizens that have different needs. And even for the issue of safety, it's something that you all are aware of. If there's places where we can't put our ballot boxes, we can find a way for our people due to security to vote with internet means, so we protect and armor the citizens' rights. Thank you very much. We thank the counselor of the National Electoral Institute, Carla Humphrey, for having participated. It's been very important. One of these points leads us to speak about these matters thoroughly with the electoral counselor from ISM, Mr. Monroy. He will be talking to us about an informed vote during the implementation of the vote modality for voting from the prison. Thank you, Alvaro. Good morning, everyone. As Alvaro has just mentioned, during my participation, I'll make reference to the experience of prison voting, specifically in Mexico City. And as it's been expressed by our counselor, Carla A. Humphrey, it's the first time in our history, in the nation's history, where we had the process of voting from prison. We had some analysis of the specificity, which are the results of the process in local legislators. The local legislators established in their legislation that they're mandated. The authorities have a mandate. Electoral authorities have the obligation or mandate as responsibles of what happens in the modality from prison voting to guarantee the political electoral rights of the people in preventive prison, specifically in Mexico City. The Congress of Mexico City established the mandate that the authorities have to guarantee that those in prison to cast their votes to elect the mayorship of the city, councilors, mayorships, and deputies. Now, this included an extra layer of challenge to the mandate that exists to guarantee votes in all the nation. Now, this makes us coordinate our efforts with other national authorities, such as the National Electoral Institute and the precinct authorities or the jail system authorities, to guarantee all the efficacy of the exercise of the rights, political electoral rights of people who are in prison in that sector. As Ms. Humphrey, our counselor, already mentioned, people in prison don't have the resources that we count with. The rest of the citizenship has. You know, they don't have internet services, they don't have telephones or mobiles, they don't have access to TVs, and that implicitly means that it's a difficult process for them to gather votes from prison with the proper information. So we deployed, along with other authorities, a set of actions to materialize the objective. I must tell you that within our set of activities, what we did under the specific frame of the covenant that regulates the main activities. Now, what we did was, first of all, we designed or sketched out the design of a couple of workshops or programs that enable us to really foster the education of all the citizenship with the spirit of civism. Now, we have a vote with the National Electoral Institute. We're focused on giving workshops, training, and by training the stakeholders involved and in a theatrical simulation process, then we've considered in a playful environment that by training them, we have a positive impact. Now, what we did, first of all, we started the first phase that had a specific objective. We wanted to communicate to the people who were in prison at that time, or prevention in prison, that we were going to guarantee them the right to cast their votes. We explained that it was important for us for them to participate in the process in compliance with the methodology and guidelines of operation and modes of operation in the nominal list. Now, a second phase of it led us to execute that second phase on April, and we focused on the people that were part of the nominal roster so they could cast their votes from prison, and we focused more on informing those members of society in prison how they were going to be capable of exercising their vote or casting their vote, after explaining what the post-mail services are. And we told them who were the candidates or nominees in this process. We drafted certain guidelines and compiled information and reviewed the profiles of the people in prison in Mexico City, where practically 80% of them have an inferior level to middle school in education, and their age was also analyzed. We interviewed them with those authorities that were visiting the people in prison, and we created an executive report, or this creates an impact in the population. We analyze the outputs, the results. I want to tell you that in the first phase, we went to 13 precincts, and we did have an impact in practically 7,000 people, and visiting, providing them education services in 27 places. The National Electoral Institute of Mexico participated, and other authorities, the judiciary, the defendants units and judiciary authorities were present during the first phase. During the second phase, we focused on having our people cast their votes with the proper information. So we gave this program in 7 centers where we had those in prison in our roster, in our nominal list. We had an impact in 1,754 people, and we were educating them in 27 sessions. Now, besides the participation of the authorities that I've already mentioned, we had the prosecutors on electoral matters participate in the process, and the National Commission of Human Rights. And additionally to the whole process, I want to specify that we focused on providing support material to each and every one of the people that were going to cast their votes. We taught them how to use the platforms and analyze the proposals and promises of political parties so they can review the information in anticipation in an early stages. So with these workshops, we well instructed or educated the people to know how to cast their votes, to guarantee the votes and their secrecy. The National Electoral Institute and the IECM were going to be monitoring all the authorities in the process, and no precinct authorities had any information about the confidential votes. In the precincts, we didn't want to enable any negative conditions because, the people that were in prison, we were observing so they wouldn't feel threatened by any sort of means or any political party. Now, we offered a specific workshop with the Electoral Defendants Unit of the Judiciary Power and the electoral authorities of the Federation to let those people in prison, we taught them their political electoral rights, and that workshop led us to have a very positive impact. We had 300 political cases filed there, and we had all of these processes and procedural matters to guarantee the rights of these people in prison to cast their vote. As Councillor Humphrey said, we broadcasted to those in prison the 3 debates. The presidential debates were streamed to people in prison and the mayorship of government, and all the candidates were part of the training program from precincts and mayorships, and all the debates were transmitted. And another element that we incorporated in the process in Mexico City was the result of the agreements that were signed off with political parties and clearly with the precinct authorities, given the fact that there is a clear interest that's seen. Now, we wanted to have a debate inside the precinct called Santa Marta Acatitla, to debate and discuss specific matters of being in prison. As a part of the syllabus, we trained educated these people to understand how to cast their votes. We had 2 presidents of political parties as part of that debate who are part of the electoral process, and we had the participation of a candidate for a deputy who's an expert on prison voting processes. And we told the stakeholders involved that we considered the participation of people in prison through an analysis of scrutiny in precincts. We compiled and rolled out a survey and obtained the answers, and the people in prison sent us their answers in that list of questions, which was escalated to a collegiate body of examiners that elected the 12 questions that were ideal. And amidst the debate, we selected 2 out of the 12 questions that were sent. So we asked those 2 questions to those who were having the debate. Now, another aspect that's considered relevant is the topic of information that should be submitted to the people that are serving as authorities or officials who are taking care of the people in prison. So we noticed that there was a gap in knowledge of the people who, or the authorities, in correlation to the work from our agencies. So we sketched out and outlined guidance instruments for precinct officials and authorities, so they know those who worked in the 13 precincts in Mexico City, they received those handouts of education support mechanisms and were part of the training and workshop. Lastly, I must pinpoint that as part of the sequence of activities and programs, we've had the capacity to draft out a list of questions to compile the answers and feedback of the different stakeholders that participated in the process, and information from the people that cast their votes, and the officials and officers. And for us, the outputs are highly satisfying, and it is also satisfying for the National Electoral Institute, because we've observed that those who did cast their vote felt considered. They felt accountable and considered. So they were delighted to be part of the community and the citizenship, and that's very important. Just as a closing statement, I want to share an anecdote. I was at the precinct called Reclusorio Oriente, and it's one of the precincts that's extremely complex in Mexico City. And I was discussing these matters when the votes were taking place with the director of the precinct. He told me that for them it's very important to have activities that awaken the interests of the population, and that helps them have less levels of tension in the precinct for a few days. On Monday, during the previous Monday, we started the process for the votes to take place, and the director's attention had been called to the subjects and matters to be debated, that were going to be shared at the precinct. And the subjects that called their attention were the votes from prison, and they were very happy and felt proud when they showed their thumbs with that ink after they voted. So I thought that that was something to celebrate, and that's part of the outputs and conclusions that we'll submit to you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, I would just like to thank Mr. Morvoy for the experience that he already shared, and also when working with the whole institute. And I do believe that these are exercises that are going to create a bond amongst us all, and we're going to build trust based on that. In addition to that, our team is also now just gathering all of your questions so that we can start just really raising them all in the next participation with the different answers that we get. So now it's time to pass the floor to Hernando Bernardo. Thank you so much. It's the electoral consultant, and also Ernesto Ramos, who is going to be talking about accessible vote and what is the type of innovative information that we're going to be just really dealing with during this interview. So we have Ernesto Ramos. Mega, and the word is yours. Thank you so much, Alvaro. First and foremost, I would just like to welcome you all. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to our visitors and observers. This is a very important topic to all of us in Mexico City as well. And we have also really devoted a lot of human, material resources, and all of the work that we have been conducting, we expect to make it show in June the 2nd with the processing of information and electoral results. And now the Electoral Institute of Mexico City, we know that they did an impeccable job when it comes to really showing what was the willingness of our cities. So part of what helps us with this work are the electoral materials that we have designed for a long time ago. This is nothing new. This is nothing innovative. This is not something that we developed last year. It's been many years since we have developed them. Year after year, we have conducted tasks. And we even have groups of people with a given type of disability for pilot tests to listen to their observations. And as an electoral number, we not only have these constitutional elections every 3 years, year after year, we have a participative budget, and well, we just really have all types of democracy that we have in terms of participation. So, like the presentation mentioned, our materials would like to become more and more universal, more pervasive. This means that there are some materials that we could use on a daily basis and that are going to be adapted and designed so that we can really have a good autonomous voting without really requiring a third party to do so. But these others are also for persons who have any sort of limitation. So we have a list of materials that I would like to highlight, and these materials are going to be found after we cross this participation. You can just take 3 or 4 minutes so that you can just really go get these materials and just talk to whoever have designed them and perfected them over time. And now the X stamp is one of our materials. And it's not just one of the materials, but the most requested material that is requested by someone who has a disability. And we were just perfecting it. We were just changing this design over time until we got the design that we have today, which is this design over here that I have in front of me. And what we try to do is that people who have some sort of motor disability or who do not have all of their limbs, or for them to be able to use it in different ways so that they can vote autonomously without the assistance of a third party. This is going to be really based on an ink pad. We're going to have either blue or black ink. You may not see this, but there's an X that is marked here. And we know that this could be used and it is to be placed on top of the ballot so that the person can just really vote on the emblem of its preferred party without the risk of just really somehow having the vote annulled because of a matter of this. So this device, what it does is that it helps first for them to be able to vote on their own and also to make sure that their vote is valid. And then we have a triangle crayon. What's the innovation? It's just a crayon like any other crayon that we could find in any other place in Latin America. However, the design of this is very important. We all started to use circle like crayons, which are the most common ones. However, what people with disabilities told us is that that design would be easier to hold, specifically for those who have this type of fine motor issues. And if it falls, it is not going to just go on the table, let's say, so that it becomes more difficult to use. No, it's more user-friendly. It's a simple design. Simple is always better. It's better than complicated. You can see this from afar as well. Next one, please. And then we have this special screen. This is part of the materials that we have designed for all persons. This electoral screen, as you may see this with other types of screens, it's a little bit larger. It's a little bit wider as well. It's a little bit shorter. And it's quite useful, but it also entails that a person could just come close to that part. I may have to crouch a little, but over here, if there's a person with a wheelchair, they can just vote autonomously without having any sort of assistance requiring. They're not going to have any issues with their legs. It's going to be at the right size. And also the special screen could also be placed on top of the wheelchair. It has also been used, let's say, specifically for those persons who may be laying so that they can vote directly on their beds. You can just place it on top of them as if it were some sort of table, and it has the capacity of just covering a person so that they can vote in secret. So these are the two devices that we have designed, and the intention with this is to create some sort of a voting or polling booth so that no one can really somehow have an influence or even change the vote of a given person, and so that that vote is given autonomously and independently as well. And also, whenever we have this electoral screen, as we know and we have used it many, many years ago, we have not been able to really produce it. It has very complicated plastic components there. But in the end, this is some sort of a rehab process. It is ongoing. We have to just really renew so that at least 95, 98% of these screens could be recovered and reused in constitutional processes and citizen participation processes in general. We also have this areas, these ballot boxes. They are absolutely transparent just to make sure there are no votes before the election starts, and how the votes start just being accumulated as the electoral day goes by. They have a label on top of the ballot box where you're going to insert your ballot. Just for that, those persons who can read Braille, they can just autonomously read what ballot is going to be placed on what box. So we can just identify them by color. If people cannot see those colors, then these braille labels can help us do that. And then this table where we're going to place the ballot box is not just going to have some sort of a supporting position, but it is also placed at a height so that persons who may have some sort of disabilities to reach the ballot box, they do not have any issues whatsoever. And it is some sort of it is folded in such a way that it could be also placed, and these other boxes are also used to transport other types of electoral material. And we have a Fresnel. This is a plastic magnifier. It is made of plastic, and it helps people with any sort of disabilities, visual disabilities, so that they can see not just the names of the candidates or the political parties in Mexico. There's a very special circumstance. For instance, in those proportional representation lists, they have the names of the persons who are going to be the incumbent under superseding parties. And if you place the emblem of a party with a candidate name, where you're going to be reading this with a good name, but if then at the back you have a list of 20 persons, the print is going to be very small. So this magnifier glass is very useful, at least in my case, to see the list of all of these representatives, and that way I can tell who am I going to be, for whom am I going to be voting. And in this case, we also have braille masks for persons with any type of disability, visual disability, so that they can read in braille perfectly, and they can really find what's the political party for them to be able to vote. And these are just conventional ballots that are used. They can just put it on their braille mask and they can just vote without requesting the assistance of a third party. Anyhow, the law allows just getting assistance from a person they trust. Now, the next one. Overall, this material adds up to over 212,000 pieces of material. 12% were renovated in our own warehouses. And what we have been doing with this, in addition to having a renovation and reusing process on an ongoing basis, we also use public funds in a more efficient way. Since we're using 90% of these materials for this electoral process, we invest only 12 million pesos to make sure that all of these materials are ready in around 13,500 ballot boxes that we're going to be having. And year after year, if we were not really renewing this, we would have spent maybe around 20 or more percentage of all of this materials that we would have had to buy, and also discarding these materials would be very harmful. They're plastic materials and they would be difficult to recycle. Next one, please. So over here you may see that there's a QR code. You can scan it so that you can take a look at the specific materials, the designs, and the features of the electoral material as well. This year we published a demographic study, somehow, a statistical model, geostatistical as a matter of fact, where in Mexico City we can see those persons who have a disability or multiple disabilities, so that based on public policies we can focus on the design of these materials in those specific areas of the city. They're not distributed just randomly or consistently homogeneously throughout the city. No, they are divided based on different areas, different zones. We have already thought of really making use of this and these mechanisms of citizen participation, but this year it was useful so that we can really find those places where they have a higher demand, such as braille masks. We do not have braille mask for all polling stations, but at least in those locations where they're most in need, then we're going to have them available for those persons in need of this type of electoral material. If we think that we can make a better use of these resources in terms of knowledge based on hard data, for us to be able to create these public policies to help citizens cast their votes independently and in a more precise and free manner. Thank you so much for your kind attention. We would like to thank the electoral counselor Ernesto Ramos Vega, and now we just compiled a couple more questions over here, so I'm going to read them aloud for you, and you can just raise your hand in case you would like to answer them. So interns, once they have been firmly and finally convicted, are they going to be able to vote? Are they going to lose their political rights? And who are those interns who are in preventive imprisonment? Even if they do not have an ID, how many are there? And if you have any estimation of this number, they are around 200,000 persons in the country. Those who are in this preventive imprisonment and who are waiting for a conviction. In Mexico City, 7,000, and persons who have been convicted in final, they cannot vote. No, they lose their political and electoral rights. Okay, thank you. Now, you have another question. I was an observer in Reclusorio Sur, and I really got surprised because I did not see any sort of posters with trans protocol voting conditions. I mean, is there a reason behind this? We did have material for persons with disabilities. We did provide this type of materials. As our colleague already showed, we have had a good progress by the Electoral Institute of Mexico City and the INE as well. So we did see this type of materials. Perhaps you may not see them visible or anything, but we did have them in place. Okay, thank you. Next one. What is the reason why during early vote, or the reason why it takes so much time before the election day? Why do you have, or how do you set this date? And is there any differences in the categories when it comes to choosing, let's say, a position, if you were to compare this against those who are in preventive imprisonment? You're asking two questions here. In both cases, we're talking about early votes. Given certain specificities, well, we need to collect this vote beforehand so that we can really do that count specifically. We could not this on the elections day because of the duties of other officials. They would have to go to the different addresses, and this is a matter of logistics. If that could be done a little bit later, that could be changed. That's okay. These are just guidelines that we established as an institution so that we could really make sure that this early vote could be casted, and that's what we do. All of the electoral authorities work on improving and innovating, and I'm positive that it will be better to do it closer, or a closer date to the elections day. And I think that it's the same thing with the mailing vote. Campaigns are not over yet, and even so, we know that people needed to vote from abroad, but we may rethink this in the event this may cause maybe a better planning if it were to be closer to the election day. So now, without really knowing what's the number of persons from whom we would have to take their votes, we had planned this to take this during these 2 previous weeks in preventive imprisonment from 6 to 12. That's the May the 5th to 12, and that's how we would just send people over their ballots, and we would have to have them back as well before June the 1st. So we just wanted to somehow work on the delays. If it works out better in another way, then with these polls that we're running, maybe we could come to determine if it would be more appropriate to change this date maybe to a closer day to the elections day. Another thing also, in some preventive imprisonment, votes, well, we did them in all of the prison facilities in the state of Mexico, and we could have these electronic polling booths, and that would shorten our time. We would do it closer to the election day, and that would talk about how each prison facility would have different rules depending on the population they have, the number of persons, and other matters as well. And this could also help us as well. So, thank you. Another part, what are the positions that we're going to choose? Can you help us check that? And for instance, in Mexico City, how does that happen? In prison, preventive imprisonment in all the country, all over the country, this is a vote for the presidency of the republic, and more specifically, in 3 states we had local votes. In Mexico City, we also voted for the mayors as well, and we also had deputies and for all representatives as well. So another thing that I did not mention, we had another situation. We also rely all, on the different states. There was one state that refused to execute the agreement so that we could vote in preventive imprisonment in their state. We did this at a federal level in the federal centers, but locally, in the local centers, we could not manage to do this. There was no way of doing this. We had Veracruz. There was no way, even with some declarations from the person from the executive branch, they were asking us how are we going to ensure that that the vote remains secret, and we have been just really looking for all of the legal pathways for us to be able to make sure that we could enforce this in Veracruz. And also we submitted a report to the higher chamber. We are just waiting for a ruling, and we perhaps may have another legal pathways. I'm not going to talk about them right now, but we cannot ensure this right now, but maybe we can just really protect the rights of those persons who are in that state of the republic. Thank you. Both members. How many braille masks are going to be distributed? How many magnifying glasses and how many stamps? Well, magnifying glasses and X stamps, they're going to be available in all polling stations, at least one. And the braille masks, we only had around 11,000, and these are two per election position, I believe. And now I'm going to read the last two. And just being very transparent, we're going to be doing this on foreign votes because that's our next session, voting of residents abroad. And then we're going to be talking about these platforms. And then we're going to be explaining all of this. Ina is going to explain all of this. And we're going to have a very special event. So the last two questions of this session. How are the voting stations be constituted, and when and how are we going to count votes? And that's it. Those are the questions. It's pretty much the same. Just to get the rest of the voting, we have all votes. They have been already kept, and what we do is that we have these count tables made up of the different citizens. They're trained citizens, and they're going to get the votes in their envelopes. And then what they're going to do is that they're going to open them. They're going to start just distributing them by position. They will start just counting all of this, and they will start just really signing all of this documents. And then once the polling stations are done, then we're going to start with this screening and count. So all votes are going to be counted at the same time. For instance, online vote from abroad, we're going to have a digital vault where this is going to be saved. So it opens at 6:30 p.m. That's how we open this vault. And then we do the computing and the count of all of the votes, what we got here in person. All of us who are going to be in those polling stations, and those who already voted, and those who were in preventive imprisonment, all of that follows the same process. We set up these tables. We have officials who have received training for them to do the computing and the count, just like in any polling station where we're going to all vote. Last question. This is just a review, a summary, high participation. How many persons in preventive imprisonment have been registered overall in the country for them to be able to vote? We had 30,931. Okay, so now we are over with this session. We would like to thank the participation of our electoral council member, Carla Humphrey, and Ernesto Ramos Mega, electoral councilor, and Mr. Monroy. And we also have Mr. Ramos's invitation to go out. We have the materials available to you so that you can check them out, and these are going to be available in practice. Just a quick break, and then we'll be back. We have the electoral board member Arturo Castillo and Mauricio Huesca, who is the electoral counselor of the Electoral Institute of Mexico City. So I know that you want to hear them, not me. So now it's time to pass the floor to Mr. Castillo. Okay, thank you, Mr. Huesca. It's such an honor to be with you today. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We expected to get more participation from the Electoral Tribunal. Naturally, we know that since there's so much needs and tensions, then for that reason we do not have a representative from the Electoral Tribunal. This is going to give us more time to discuss more specifically all of the operational matters and perhaps the theoretical matters of Mexicans who live abroad. So first I would like to start just by giving you the context on the diaspora of Mexicans abroad. The Mexican diaspora is the second largest diaspora in the world. We have just first generation Mexicans. There are 12 million persons who live abroad, 12 million Mexicans who were born in the US and now are currently just living in any other place in the world. In perspective, the first diaspora that we have in the world is the diaspora from India. They have a diaspora of about 18 million persons all over the world. However, 12 million Mexicans versus 18 million of India, considering that they have 10 times more population than Mexico, that's the size. And for you to have an idea on what is the proportion of that diaspora. So now it is important to consider this size fact. Why are we considering, or why are we so interested in just really getting the vote of our residents abroad? Well, many years ago, well, not that many, like 3 or 4 years ago, we changed our nationality laws. Mexicans, ever since by birth, they are Mexicans who are born in any place in the world, provided that their parents are Mexicans. This means that any person who has Mexican parents, even though if they are born abroad, they are considered Mexican, and so on and so forth. So we were to consider the first and second gen. Our diaspora is currently 38 million persons, and we are still with this mindset. Perhaps in 30 years, this diaspora is going to exceed 60 million. If we are at this point in time, let's say in 30 years, and all of these persons are Mexicans by birth when they turn 18, then that's how they acquire this right to vote. That's the reason why it is so important to keep an active bond with our Mexicans abroad. Just let's assume a supposition where we have a mass of voters, let's say 40 million persons, who may vote or they can have an influence on the future of our country. Even though they do not live in our country or their parents do not live in our country, they were not born in our country, and for that reason, they're going to have an identity with and a bonded relationship with Mexico, and it may be far if they are not close. So working for Mexicans abroad, it's a duty that it's not a matter of just political rights. It's a matter of building our Mexican identity, and it is a work that we do as protectors as Mexican state. So given the regulations there are currently in our country, that's why this is so significant, so important to get the vote of our Mexican residents abroad. So what is going on in this election more specifically? Let's go back to the numbers. All in all, we have noticed that our participation for Mexicans abroad is relatively small, even though the participation of those who are committed to doing it is very intense. We have 1.5 million persons who have their voter's card, their ID, and for that reason they have the possibility of exercising their voting rights. And out of those 1.5 million, those who registered to vote actively in these elections, 223,961 persons. This is, well, relatively a low number if we were to compare this against the size of the diaspora and the number of persons with an ID. However, it is quite large if we were to compare this against the number of registrations that we had in previous elections. In 2018 alone, the number of organic registrations, meaning of persons who requested voting from abroad on their own, with their own will, without any extraordinary resolutions by the electoral authorities. What about 81,000 persons in these elections? Again, our organic registration that did not require any sort of resolutions that are in addition to those that we had. It's around 120,000 persons. We triple our organic registration. I do believe that this is an indicator not just of the work that electoral institutions are doing at a federal and local levels, but it is an indicator on how our diaspora is being more political and how we're raising more interest in their life and also the future of our country. So lastly, we have again our role. Our voters' roll is 161,000 persons. We have 3 votes. Our Mexican fellows can just vote via mail. We're literally going to send all of these ballots printed to their address of choice. And under this mode, we have 56,249 persons who have been registered. And to yesterday, we had a total of 38,500 votes that had been received. That's 68% of them. Second mode, the in-person mode, that's an innovation. These are the first federal elections where we have this in-person polling station. So we do have this polling station. We have tables right now as we speak. We are setting some in some consular offices, in 27 consular offices, 26 in the U.S., 1 in Montreal, 1 in Paris, and 1 in Madrid. So under this mode, we already registered 15,023 persons. They can just go and vote on June the 2nd to cast their votes in person. An important part about this in-person vote, we do not have physical, let's say, printed booths, and then they're going to cast their vote online, and then it is going to be ciphered, it's going to be encrypted all the way to Mexico City. And now the third mode is not just innovative, but it's the most successful one, and that's the electronic voting online. Since 2021, we have the possibility of casting this electronic vote, and ever since we have used it in 13 elections, 11 local elections, and 2 extraordinary elections for senator seats. Right now is the very first general elections where we're going to renew the president and the Congress, where we're going to be able to cast a vote from abroad online. And I also believe that the fact that these new technologies are enabling this and making this possible, we managed to have 151,999 persons in this mode, meaning 67% of the total registrations who decided to cast their votes online. This is interesting as well. We're opening our possibility to cast a vote online since May the 18th, and then we're going to finish on June the 2nd at 6:30 p.m. To this day, we have received a total of 92,000 votes online, 60% of the registration. That's a comparative piece of data. If we were to add up all of the votes that have been cast via mail and via online, we have 130,000 votes that have been received already, and we have exceeded over 30,000 votes the total election of 2018 abroad. That's the participation that we had in 2018, 18,000 persons, but to this date we have 130,000 votes that have been received, and we still have more days to come so that people can cast their votes online. And plus, in addition to those persons who come here to Mexico City, plus those other persons who are going to go to a consulate office. So now another topic that has raised a lot of questions in terms of voting abroad, specifically in consular offices. We have created a lot of confusion regarding how many ballots and polling stations are going to be available at the different consular offices. A lot of persons say there's going to be only 1,500, and be calm, that's not the case. In every consular office, we're going to have space available for persons who have been registered as necessary as possible. 15,723 spots that are going to be ensured, and in addition to those 15,000, we're going to have 1,500 extra ballots for those who go there to vote without having registered. They just have to go there with their voter's card, valid, in force, and of course that they had not been registered under any other mode. Since they already got a registration under one mode, they're just excluded from any other type of polling or poll in general. So this is going to give us 34,000 extra places or locations for those persons who may have not been registered, for them to be able to go to these consular offices. And lastly, I would just like to remind you all what are the positions that you can vote from abroad, so that we can just pass the floor to our colleague Huesca so that we can start just really having a very interesting discussion on this topic. So the way our constitution is set up and the electoral laws in force to this date, our diaspora can only cast a vote for President of the Republic, senator members. They cannot vote for federal deputies. This is an irony because they can vote for, let's say, affirmative actions in the Chamber of Deputies. However, they cannot vote for the members of the Chamber of Deputies. So there's some sort of paradox going on there. Now, secondly, at a local level, they may vote for 7 out of the 9 governor seats: Chiapas, Mexico City, Guanajuato, Jalisco, Morelos, Puebla, and Yucatan. And they can also vote for 4 local deputy seats, migrants, and also proportional representation. And this depends on what? On people. Well, they can vote for local positions. It depends on the laws of every state. In this case, we also have some sort of pending laws. Of course, I know that we still need to move forward. 22 states are now allowing votes from abroad. I think that you have better information than I do, Mr. Huesca, but anyway, we still have some pending laws to be ratified. So without further ado, dear Huesca, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Mr. Castillo. Mr. Huesca, it's your turn. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to see a lot of familiar faces, friends, and family members from Latin America, other areas of the world as well. So now I know that my colleague Arturo just gave us the outlook of the country. Now I would like to get more specific. Let's talk about Mexico City and what's going to happen with the migrant deputies that we're going to have in Mexico City that are going to be voted for. And just to talk about this and put this in perspective, Mexico is a country that got very late when it comes to recognizing the rights of migrants. Even though Consejero board member Arturo already mentioned this, we know that Mexico has a long-standing tradition to expel migrants. Mexico City has around 500,000 migrants all over the world. So Mexico is a country where around 70% of the persons who migrate abroad, specifically to the U.S., do not have documents, and this causes one of the worst conditions in their case because they do not have any benefits or rights, civil rights whatsoever, which is around 99% of the persons who migrate to the U.S. are in this situation. And for many years, Mexico had this prohibition where they were not allowed to vote in their country. So this prohibition was based on the wrong premise that was excluding, and it was okay, so if you left the country, you're no longer interested in voting in your country, you're living in a different reality, you do not have any right whatsoever to keep your citizenship. They were still Mexicans by nationality, but they could not vote because they had lost their residency in Mexico. This changed after 2006, after a very long-standing battle by the migrant diaspora. They said that this was not a matter of choice. It's not because they decided to do out of pleasure. It's because in their country of origin, they did not have the proper conditions to have a good life of quality of life for their family and for themselves in terms of certainty, safety, a good salary, decent work. And for that reason, we had to strengthen this topic because we do not want to monetize on the electoral political right. That would be the worst thing to do as authorities. However, in this context, the numbers that you see on the screen will allow you to understand how the different remittances have increased over the past years. So we went from $36 billion. If you see over time, even during the pandemic in 2020, we saw this increase in 2 years from $40 billion to $50 billion. And this was a situation where Mexicans, Latins in the U.S., were the ones who would take the jobs during this period of exposure of infection, and they would just send these remittances back to their family members. There was no circling back. They could not come back to their country. There's a high return rate of migrants who go, look for a job, and then they come back. And they retire in their own municipalities, towns, communities, and then they also come back just since many of them do not have documents, they do not have any sort of social security retreat plans or to have any sort of safe returns. Or all of that created some sort of a necessary situation so that they could not only exercise their right to vote in constitutional elections, but also to have their migrant deputy representation recognized, meaning having a person in the Mexico City government representing them as political forces so that they can also negotiate whatever situation that are of course harming them or they have caused them harm in the past, and for them to have a safe return, safe investments in their own country, and also some retirement plans for when they come back. And of course we know that many of them are sick because they have been exposed to work under difficult conditions. So all of this was needed for this migrant deputy representative. So again, this is a new type of position. It was non-existent in the country. Mexico City was the very first state that was a spearhead when it comes to innovating this electoral process that you're going to be now observing. Well, for the very first time, we're going to have this deputy, this migrant deputy. Now in Mexico City, in the past, we did not expel migrants. It was not like that in the past, but it became a city that now was expelling different migrants. But now, nationwide, we're the second state with the highest number of persons leaving the city, the country, because of a lack of housing and other situations that have pushed them to migrate, and also the new gentrification, and also that we have seen in other neighborhoods in Mexico in general. All of this is creating the perfect conditions for this migrant deputy representative. Now, one of the main situations that were faced by the electoral authority was, okay, how are we going to govern this concept of this migrant deputy member? Well, we know that we're an autonomous state right now as Mexico City. Many years ago, we were some sort of a, let's say, we were just a district. We were a capital, but we were not a state as such as in Washington, D.C., for instance. There was no way to have this regulations that would apply to these migrant deputies. We had a lot of contradictions. We had a lot of impediments and obstacles, legal impediments, material obstacles in general, that would prevent this from happening. And this was atypical in other countries, but at least in our country, it is that all our candidates are prohibited from having this type of electoral campaigns in our country. We just have all of the accounting of the different budgets that we have for the different political campaigns, so we need to know exactly who is funding all of these electoral campaigns. We know that in our country that governments, local governments, federal governments are just really funding all of this organized crime and also the different entrepreneurs. So it is important to tell as well who is providing and allocating these funds, and if we had them abroad, it would be more difficult to have control over them. So this is an issue that is just taking place worldwide. Funds can come from anywhere in the world to fund these campaigns. And then thirdly, one of the main obstacles is what is the type of election that we're going to have in Mexico. In Mexico, we have two types to elect our authorities direct, both through a relative majority principle, those who cast their ballots as well, and also representative votes as well. They're what we call plurinominal, and that means that is a party who is indirectly winning. They're going to be benefiting the list that they already nominated. So it seems simple, but it is not that simple, because one of them, the majority principle, entailed them having a campaign or even recognizing some deputy members through independent nominations, and this was a little bit more complex because in their national context, for them to be able to have an independent nomination, they need to prove the state that they have certain political muscle supporting them through signatures that they have to collect as well. So it is not as accessible really to really collect all of the signatures, because what happens if you go outside a metro station? You may start just getting a lot of signatures, at least in New York, Chicago, the U.S., LA in general. Even though we have a lot of Mexicans, a lot of Latinos, and not everyone have their own voter's card on them, so it's not as easy to really start accounting for all of these heads. So another challenge that we were facing was to determine who is a migrant for a a deputy candidate, let's say persons with no documents, can they be elected for this position, even knowing that they're going to be a migrant representative? They have to come back to our country to the different sessions that take place in Mexico City. Migrants would have to return. So when we started just creating this position, we know that the U.S. government will just mention that the DACA program would be canceled, and many young people, Mexicans in general, were returned because they were not Americans and they were not Mexicans. They did not have a voter's card. So for that reason, a lot of persons were deported. They did not even know how to speak Spanish properly, and of course, they were more of a migrant reality in the U.S. These were situations that were somehow new to the Electoral Institute of Mexico City, and we needed to govern this type of situations. And the Congress, like we mentioned, has developed standards, regulations that were unenforceable, anti-constitutional, with multiple contradictions. And lastly, we decided to have a proportional representation position that has evolved, and today in the elections that you are going to observe are elections that are following the relative majority principle. We still have a lot of complex topics, and well, a deputy position specifically in Mexico City would require 180 to 320,000 persons in an electoral district. In the U.S., we know that we have around 500,000 Mexicans, and they only have one person representing them. So, in terms of population, they have not yet reached that level of representativeness. Since it is a new, let's say, concept, a new position, and we know that the fact that they can vote abroad, maybe very recently, 50 years ago to the most, that means that there is not that much All right, so we're back on. So I was telling you that the complexity of us just being able to do this reconfiguration, then to do that, we needed to consider the number of persons who needed to be represented. We're still way below. We do not have a lot of political participation. This is just an emerging right. So once Mexico City innovated in these terms of migrant deputy representatives, and we started to really enforce the different regulations. Here on screen, you have certain states who are already forcing these deputies, such as Durango, Guanajuato, Guerrero, Jalisco, and these states that we have on screen, these are states that are traditionally, well, expelling a lot of members. So as well, we have different profiles, demographics as well. We have some persons who migrate from these cities, and then they have to go and, well, to start harvesting. And we have the profiles of a lot of Mexicans and Mexico City dwellers. They are migrating to other types of services that require professional preparation, so the demographic profiles are different. So I really wanted to just consider the different states that are just helping us govern all of this, because in our country we have different modes to just really work on this migrant configuration. There are some states that require at least 5 years of living abroad. In our case, it's only 2 years. Or those who require you to have paid your tax obligations. We do not do that in Mexico City. There are others who request some sort of migrant associations that do not somehow, let's say, somehow waive this type of candidates, because at least in Mexico City we're not really enforcing that. So in Mexico City we just say, I do believe if you say that you're a migrant, the only thing that you have to prove is 2 years living abroad. These 2 years you can prove them. This is very important, with a proof of address, knowing that we have a lot of persons who do not have documents. You do not need to have it on your name, or even have the same number as well, or from 1 year to the other. In other states as well, they would ask you to have a property, to earn a property abroad. That's a lot of obstacles, in my view, to exercise this type of rights. Having talked about these migrant deputy positions, I would like to talk about the voting status as well, if you can help us with this. What has been the history that we have in all three processes? And we know that Mexicans and Mexico City dwellers have voted abroad, and the very first one was the general elections in 2012, where they voted. We're talking about 8,000 persons who had registered. We had 11,000. They only 11 out of those 11,000, only 8,000 voted. And then we had the past presidential elections, where we saw the votes of 21,000 Mexico City dwellers, and we had a registration of 25,000. And the very first time they voted for migrant deputies, we had around 12,000 persons, and 9,000 persons ended up just voting. In this electoral process, we have around 50,000 persons who got a registration to vote, plus those persons who will vote without having been registered in 23 consular offices to vote from the U.S., Europe in some cases, and Canada in a very specific location. So this is the situation of those migrant deputy representatives. And just to finish with this migrant deputy representatives, this was a huge step for Mexico City to recognize this migrant deputy nomination, not only because they're recognizing the rights of those persons who historically have been violated and discriminated against, and they have been repressed for living abroad. We managed as well to also have some other states in our national territory just really regulating, and then they realized that it was a possibility and that it was necessary, that required also more provisions. And now we're talking about this migrant diaspora, and also we have safe returns, safe investments in Mexico, because we have a lot of persons who send, of course, their funds via Western Union or other banking modes, and they charge a very high fee. We have some retirement or pension plans because they're concerned what happens once they come back. What is the type of healthcare system that is going to just protect them? These are the type of aspects that we need to consider. So thank you so much, Rafa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huescas. We have a few questions, and I submit them to you for you to consider. Now, obviously, these are not limited there. It's okay to broaden and expand on comments. So the first question is correlatable with e-voting. How does it work? How do you generate your record or your registry to cast a vote as a person? And the procedure, the instructions, that's the first question. Do you want me to formulate the second question? Let's analyze the questions blocks by blocks. So the next block is, how do you generate a registry of the citizen to cast a vote, and how do you ensure that the citizen can't vote twice? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rafa. Now, the two questions have been formulated exactly for me to answer. How does e-vote works? Let me reformulate the order of the syntax of the questions. I would like to explain how we work on the integration of the nominal roster of voters, which is exactly the list of those who can vote and where they can vote, in the specs and the specifications and the candidates they can vote for. The registry for vote that you cast abroad was created through two modalities. One's through internet, one's through a site that we created or developed specifically for citizens to vote, and the second one through calls or telephone telephone calls. How do the citizen register him or herself? They called and accessed the site that was developed. The citizen had to hand at hand the voter's ID, naturally, that it's still an active issue document, and a proof of address that's been issued abroad with an antiquity that doesn't surpass a quarter. They simply had to upload the copy of their voter's ID, and they had to sign off the instrument. And take note of the data, because I believe this is going to be very important for a question that's going to be formulated later on. So the person had to sign off and authenticate that a signature at the foot of those ID notes, and then prove and send it with an annexed proof of address abroad. And after that, they selected the modality or type of vote they'd like to register themselves for: post, mail, internet, or in-person votes. And that's the way in which the citizen is registered in the specific roster, nominal roster, and excluded from the other types or modalities. And I think we total, according to Councillor Humphreys' numbers that was discussed in the past panel, we have 4 nominal lists, 1 national list, a list or a roster of citizens, 98 million, a bit more, that can vote in Mexico, a list of people that can cast their votes or voted in prison, and a list of people that voted also in early vote capacity because they found themselves suffering some condition or lie in bed, and a 4th list of people that can vote from abroad. And simultaneously, this list branches out in 3 modalities or types: E-type, email type, or post-mail type, and in-person type. The person that elects or selects to vote via email, post-mail, immediately is excluded from the other types or modalities and rosters, and that's how we avoid having a second vote. If you select the e-vote via internet, if you select in-person votes, it functions the same way. The second tier or stratigraphy of complexity, what happens with the polls and stations that have been deployed. So the people that don't have a previous registry can vote. These people are part of the nominal roster in general, the 98 million registries that we have of our citizens, where we can exclude the ones that vote from abroad. When these registered citizens vote in a consulate, they follow the same guidelines of security to register their data as you have to vote in Mexico. They submit their voter's ID. You have to authenticate and verify that they're in our normal book or roster, not abroad, but the normal roster. They have to go voting to the station. When they come back, we give them back their voter's ID that has a stamp, and we also place ink on their thumb. It's ink that you cannot erase, so we can avoid voting a second time in a special vote station placed in San Diego's, and the person crosses to Tijuana. They can't vote twice because they have those marks. And if you register to vote via internet, you are not going to be in the general roster of voters, so you can't vote in person in those specific places that have not registered themselves under that modality. That's how we control that you can't vote twice. So how does e-vote function via internet? Once the person registers him or herself, you're part of the nominal roster to vote from internet. The people that elected that type of modality to cast their votes, we ask them to give their personal general information to keep and guarantee that everything's under security and safety so they can cast their votes. We authenticate that they are the persons that petition for the registration and who are casting their votes. So we ask them to send an active email, and then we ask them for a cell phone that's also active or registered. They cannot register twice with the same telephone nor with the same email. What does this this data help us do? Once the term for voting starts, it started on the 18th of May last year. All of these 151,000 people who were registered received an email, and that specific email, they receive a set of instructions to cast their votes with a unique link to access to the registry system. Now, once they accessed or logged in, if you logged in with your credentials or your accreditations, the registration, the person that's registered will receive a code via a cell phone to access with that unique authenticating code to log in. It only has live 15 minutes. If the person runs out of time to exercise their right to vote and cast their vote to have access in that 15-minute window, that code is invalid, and they have to send a petition, a second petition, to cast a new code. So we ask them to send their personal data that cannot be repeated in any other registry. Once the citizen accesses the email via internet services, the system branches branches out into two processes, and it's independent. One type is independent from the other. We authenticate the citizen and the registry, and we compare or tally the information with the national nominal list to make sure that the registry is correct, and then we verify that they're exercising the right to vote and they cannot do it a second try in the future. So that is it's a registry that's completely independent from the sense of the vote. And in the next interface or phase, the user can see the voting ballots that are assigned to that specific citizen. They tick the electronic ballot, and the citizen has the option to elect in those check boxes parties or candidates that are registered, and the citizen can also elect any candidate that might not be registered, whichever the citizen might elect, and they can even nullify in another box their vote. That's an option also. Once they check those voting ballots, it's all codified and ciphered in anonymity. Once the information is codified and ciphered, nobody can know who cast their votes. Then it's transferred. The data is streamed from the point or location where the person sent that vote to a server that's secured and armored in Mexico City. And it's not in Mexico City physically, it's in the cloud, but that's the way it's stored. It's transferred to a safe server with blockchain technology and the custody and tracking capacities, and it's absolute. We know exactly where that ciphered registry or vote was sent, the notes of transfer and custody in blockchain until it reached the vault of electronic security. Now, all the technology of blockchain, it's tracked and monitored, and it's absolutely also public, and we can identify if somebody tried to hack that electronic ballot. Now, once that ballot it has access to the ballot that's secured, it's safe kept till E-Day, until the 2nd of June. When E-Day ends, when we give closure or celebrate on the 2nd of June, that electronic vault will be opened, and we need a cryptographic key of top security levels that it's branched out into 5 fragments. It's compartmentalized so that each fragment of the key is kept in a USB that's offered, and that USB or that flash drive is under the custody of one person, a different person. There's 5 people only involved. Each of those links has a fragment of that key that's ciphered, it's codified, and it's safe kept in a USB of top quality. These people have been appointed by the General Counsel a few weeks back, and they'll have to present themselves or appear. 3 of them, at least, one of them in a specific place where we're going to scrutinize and quantify the ballots so we can open that safe ballot when we insert simultaneously at least 3 of the 5 fragmented keys. These keys are placed in the slots. What's ciphered, the system will automatically decipher the votes they codify, and it will commence the scrutiny and quantification of all the votes that have been cast by these types of modalities that we've had. That's the way in which the electronic vote will be happening in a brief sketch. Thank you, Mr. Councillor. Now, for us to, under the principle of equity, now, Mr. Councillor Huescas, basically, Councillor Huescas, if you allow me to, I'll formulate a couple of questions now, prompt them to continue with this dynamism. Now, which is the method to assign or appoint positions that you use for candidates elected for a collective popular representation? In this case, migrant deputies. Now, the migrant deputy, under this formulated questions, we correlate the second one. The second question, have you thought about having 2 migrant deputies for gender parity? Now, and the person that takes the position or the seat as migrant deputy has submitted an initiative, a law initiative, a project. Second question, now I'd like to ask both councillors here at the table, could you answer that, please? How do you disseminate the political propaganda or campaigns and programs that have been submitted as proposals by government to the residents abroad, the citizens and population abroad? Now, thank you, sir. Now, the issue of migrant population and the electronic process will not be on their proportional majority. Now, it would be directly in the ballot. You'll see the name of each nominated candidate, and it's going to be a vote ex professo by this situation. There's a situation that we still have to stipulate in the corpus of law. There's the circumscription or international jurisdictions, and it's very important for us to answer the formulated questions. Once ballots. You saw the national or international jurisdiction circumscription here. We need to know exactly how many citizens that are living abroad in the west and east coasts of the U.S., and we can define the circumscription, and it's east or west, and another jurisdiction that's the rest of the world, where we can define 2 or 3 migrant deputies so we can have the proper capacity to represent the collective or the population of migrants in abroad. Now, I was telling you that the process, the electoral process to elect them a migrant deputy will happen through relative majority, but all the positions that depend on proportional majority work through the vote that you can see in the ballots. In the morning, you saw some voting ballot examples, the design and all the marks of the ballot in our city that's used, and you see the stamps and seals. You see all the fields that have the data of the political parties, and in each field you have the name of the person that's nominated for a specific political party. The vote that somebody casts for that political party or candidate has many effects. One of the 2 effects is, number 1, we have to give there's support given to the person who casts the votes, is the support to that candidate in the name and the specific field, and the next is the political party support of the person that casts the votes that is supporting that candidate. On the backside of the ballot, if you see examples of the ballots, you're going to see an infinite list. It's a finite list, but you can see the small font. And in the case of Mexico City, we have 16 candidates per political party. In the federal process, we have 40 candidates or nominees per political party, and that list is not, I mean, it's not, you see that's not just for the federal Congress in Mexico City. You have the list of number of candidates there in correlation to the number, and there's a number of votes, and that the political party receives. If a political party of the Apple received 30% of the votes in that ballot, and that same proportionality, it's a bit more complex. Let me explain that. So in that proportionality, we see the percentage of votes that's in the backside of the ballot to see how much popular representation they were allocated. That's the question, Rafa. Federico, Arturo, thank you very much. And I only have 2 questions that are relatively simple. Have they submitted initiatives to draft the law? There was a Colmex study that's very interesting that happened 2 years ago. That research measured the efficacy of affirmative action. At Colmex, they assess the affirmative action of migrants, and yes, they have submitted some laws, but I don't have at the hand the exact numbers. If we don't have them, we'll find them. Regarding propaganda, electoral campaign propaganda is a major challenge. As Huesca said, Mr. Counselor, he said a few moments ago that our legislation prohibits political parties from sending electoral propaganda outside of the country. And what the candidates have been done, the migrant candidates have been done, they have had private sessions, closed-door sessions with different migrant entities or bodies to listen to their demands from abroad. At least that's what's been reported to me, at least. And naturally, they host events here in this nation with migrant entities that have been constituted, right, the collective, that are well represented, and they have open campaign propaganda. They submit their proposals, they listen to the people, and that's the way that these campaigns have been processed, because there's propagandas that are banned. For those of us who are attorneys, it's very interesting to analyze all this. In our charter and our constitution, we don't establish a limit to the rights to vote. I mean, in speaking of territoriality, you can live wherever you want and you can exercise your right to vote. In our constitution, in the charter, by law, you have, as political parties, the responsibility. You're liable to foster the participation of the people in democratic life. But in the body of law, prohibits the propaganda promotion abroad from the country's territory and borders. And I believe that there is a constitutional loop that has to be part of an amendment process later on. But precisely another question that I have here to formulate, it has to do with the specific subject of research analysis or assessments that have been materialized regarding regarding the voters from abroad, speaking about socioeconomic demographics, educational level, and votes per gender also. So then I don't know if you have research studies or indicators about these studies. I want to tell you that the fact is that since we can go through a thorough socio-demographic analysis of the profiles of migrants, it's very complex to do this in this country due to the diaspora that we've observed the last of clustering or associations or entities from abroad. The people that live abroad, I'll tell you, 70% live without documents. They're not regulated subjects. In this situation, when they are migrants living without regulations and they are living abroad, this has caused other situations in parallel. The situation is there's a standardization of data. I mean, when you sit down and review different sources of data now, the issuance of the voters' ID analyzed by consulates in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs observation, there's different rosters, as we've said. Now, the issuance of sponsorship by the Mexican government is a different roster. So we don't have a specific roster to pinpoint the exact location of all the migrants in a standardized way. So in Mexico City, what we've done is gone through major efforts to sit down and review where they're at, the socio-demographic profile of people. There's chilangos as inhabitants living abroad, and many of these people living abroad have an educational level of mid and higher levels of study, and you can see in postgrad studies they can also live in different departments or sectors in other economies. And in other states or economies, some people living abroad, they don't have like the mid nor basic levels of education. They're picking like different things in the different farmlands, and different profiles exist in our demographics. Those who cast their votes abroad, usually those who vote, are in living conditions that are economically positive and very active. These people are 40 or older. Our youth, unfortunately, abroad are not participating or are very active abroad. Those who participate more due to the specific conditions or characterizations are males. Those who migrate usually and cast their votes are males. That's a part of the concept of the patriarchal conditions, which are the ones that are, giving back to their communities. So males are usually more active in migrant conditions. Now, I'm not talking about national territory. In the way in which in our nation the citizens cast their votes is completely inverted. Okay, yes, we're there. Just to adhere myself to what Councillor Huesca just mentioned, as part of the paid visits and the contacts that we've had throughout all the elections with migrant entities or bodies that are represented abroad, we've analyzed the profiles of the migrant community, and it varies. In effect, there is a great amount of migrants living abroad. For example, people who are temporary workers that are part of the farmland sectors, and they're temporary workers that have specific determined profile. But if you move to Washington, D.C., or New York, or Chicago, you're speaking about a profile of migrant that's completely different, and part of the migrant community is economically buoyant or privileged, and the sample of the economic development that migrant communities have abroad is the dimension of remittances. The remittances in Mexico last year were of $65 billion. I mean, the remittances from Mexico abroad are very strong. There's people abroad that have an economic capacity that's higher. There's other profiles of subjects living abroad, like farmland workers, temporary workers. The community or demographic varies. Thank you very much. And the next block of questions, please. Now, that next block has to do with vote secrecy, confidentiality. How do you make sure that these people voting from abroad that are using internet means or email to cast their votes are safe? How do you make sure their vote is secret? And second question is correlatable to the IT tools that you have. How do you make sure that these technological digital tools are not hacked, or when you audit these type of mechanisms, how do you audit? So, regarding the secrecy of votes, I've discussed about how electronic voting happens via internet, and that's how via internet we guarantee the ciphered vote that's cast. In the case of votings in consular offices, is you have the whole infrastructure, and at consulates it's in-person votes. It's the same voting station of infrastructure that we have. We have the booth, the voting ballot, and the voter goes on his own to the booth. Nobody can see how the person casts a vote. The votes in consular offices happens by email or using internet, it's ciphered, codified, and it follows the same custody. It follows the same guidelines. It's not vinculated to and it's transferred to the security vaults to Mexico using blockchain technology, which has custody of the information. There's no modification or manipulation, and the scrutiny is public, and it's going to happen here in a unique location, in a unique venue, because I'll tell you later on where it's at. And I want to discuss the email post office votes. That's the mail vote is the most antique way to vote or modality to cast a vote from abroad. It exists in 2016. The way in which we can guarantee secrecy of the vote that's cast, it's always a challenge. Secrecy is a challenge because the person can vote from the comfortability of their household. Now, basically what we do is we send envelopes via email that's individual votes with the voting ballots that have been printed for the specific person, that's allocated for the specific person in a package in the same domicile or address. If there's different or many family members or relatives that are registered to cast their votes in the same household, the person that casts their votes has to specify the secrecy of where they live. It's about trust, and the voter wants to show their votes and address. We can't do anything about it. They put the ballot in the envelope in a marked safe paper, just like the ballots that are printed in Mexico, in an envelope that cannot be opened, that cannot be in any way or manner manipulated. So in parallel, there's an envelope sent per each ballot that's inside, that's used by the person to elect the positions or nominees that are there in the ballot. That's taken to a specific envelope that has specific safety and security marks and features. They send it through certified mail, safe mail, with the fee that's paid by the National Institute. Now, once that envelope is safe in Mexico, these are stored out the vault in the Mexico City airport. And in that vault, it's under custody by the National Guard and the Institute and Army and Mexico. In Sunday, on the 2nd of June, all these emails or mails are going to be sent to the Tláhuac safe haven or venue that we have from the National Electoral Institute, to a place where we're going to quantify all the scrutiny and quantify votes. All the points or checkpoints from custody from the airport to the last place of scrutiny and quantification is done with the authorities and the custody of the Institute. And I imagine that, as you well know, you have also appointed entities and authorities who are always present. The National Electoral Institute, at an local scale, transfer and monitor the process in transit to scrutinize under the view of observers, national observers, executives of the ballots, representatives of local electoral institutes and other means, and other stakeholders. They take down the boxes that have been classified by the type of modality in elections. Then they're placed at the table, at the station, at the view of everyone that's observing, and the citizens start quantifying the votes and ballots, and that's how we exercise precisely the whole process. In the vault, as I told you a moment ago, the electronic vault, the data is ciphered and unciphered. The opening of the vault will happen under the eyes of the world, or all these people or stakeholders. It's a transparent process. It's a process that guarantees the secrecy of the vote, and as I've told you before, it works differently with the electronic vote. The mail vote has a ballot. There is no identifier. You can't identify the name of the person who cast the vote. They don't have the specific name of Juan Perez, for example, that she cast the vote, or Sara Garcia cast the other vote. So that's secret, and we guarantee the absolute secrecy of our votes. Now, there was the second part of the formulated question, right? First, the secrecy of the vote and the auditing the systems, all this codified or computer-sized systems that are developed by the National Electoral Institute, that's developed for or we have bids for a third party to develop that. They're audited by a third party, and there's all the SIMBA staff is the auditor of the National Polytechnic Institute or any other authority constituted by subject matter experts. Everything's object of audit, and the auditors are always issuing their examiner's report at the end of the audit and screening. These examiner's reports are analyzed by our specific units or departments to go through the specific adjustments. And for example, we had a set of instructions about the specific risks that are relatively minor, that we received that list, and the technical unit of computer science experts took the measures in place to adjust the system, so the system is completely armored. Thank you, Councillor. Now, we have a couple of questions for you all, and the first, which were, how did you have the open dialogues with political parties to generate the instruments about electronic vote systems or that lobby? And overall, when you're trying to ensure that there's certainty, reliability, and acceptance of political parties that make sure that these instruments are secure? This has been a very interesting challenge. Councilor Rivera, welcome in, sir. And of course, it's been always a challenger. Now, the lack of trust is one of the characteristics of the electoral political party, and I use these two concepts, the political electoral. If you open dialogue with political parties and discuss or debate the casting vote via internet, that was some sort of experience, and it was a very robust, enriching experience because through the debate with political parties, specifically with the members of the National Commission of Surveillance, that's the internal control unit, like internal affair units, it monitors and the nominal list and what happens with it. Now, we had a lot of feedback regarding which were the specific chains or fractions of security and nuts and bolts of all the segments that we had to consider and that we had to pay close attention to for these type of votes. Another matter of discussion based on the lobbies that we had with political parties were the fact that there was a need that all the stakeholders involved discussed that they had to create a specific instrument for the citizens to cast electronic votes under specific protocols and specific protocols, formals under the. We had the participation of the representatives of political parties from all the levels and the public faith or authorities of notaries from the collegiate body of notaries, and their presence has been of great help throughout the whole process of developing these instruments for people to cast their vote via internet. That's the way in which we had these conversations or lobbies with political parties. Their feedback during those sessions was great. In those plenaries, that's my perception, political parties are represented here. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but political parties were involved throughout the process of generating the instruments for people to vote and cast their votes via internet. We receive another set of questions, ladies. We have at least 10 more minutes. So the last question that I have here, out of respect, because those who wrote their questions first are going to be sequenced here, and I have them here at the table. We can answer these questions, and if we don't have enough time, we're going to ask our councillors to issue a response to the questions later on. Now, first question, if you consider that, do you consider that the filters should be improved to in that same sense, the next phase of the question is, once you create those instruments to cast a vote, an electronic vote from abroad, could we transit to the next process? Because in this country, could we in this country vote by electronic means? Well, let me begin answering the first part of the formulated question here. Could we implement the electronic vote or internet vote via Mexico national territory? Now, in this would require an amendment of our law of what's enshrined. We can enact that now because as we speak, law would enable us to do that. My opinion, what I'm about to say is a personal opinion. We should transit to in national territory and enable electronic vote in Mexico. I don't think we can just use the modality of only electronic vote in Mexico because there's a gap, an electronic or telecom gap in this country. Would have to have a hybrid system that could lead us to install physical stations or voting stations or other stations so the majority of Mexicans can vote in person, but we can have an open modality vote to easily cast your votes from abroad via internet, and this could probably make our election process a little bit more budget efficient and more certain because basically we'd have the results of the scrutiny and quantification immediately at the end of E-Day. Now, that's my personal opinion regarding the question now in this subject. And also, my dearest Mauricio Huesca could also contribute to the question. You can also think about the other face of the question, how to elect migrant candidates and how to elect in the filters. And there's an open claim that's active claims by the migrant community in each election process that they discuss with us the process to elect the candidates, and I think they're not enough. And and I think that migrants have a reason, but the political parties sometimes fall into simulations. There are cases that are referenced as precedent in this specific field. Councilor Huesca, I'd like to comment. One of the main problems that we are facing in Mexico is that people vote less because there's a lack of popular representation of candidates nominated by political parties. There's an erosion, a disenchantment with democracies and with some people that are part of the run. Now, they don't have in their public agenda promises or topics that affect people that are issuing or casting their votes. One of the problems it happens because the political parties select their candidates and nominate them. Unfortunately or fortunately, our model is very open. We have a model that's called by us. It's even they in political parties appoint people just by selecting them. I mean, if you are privileged in a political party and a member, then many things can determine whether you're appointed to run for office or not. There's a national indication survey rolled out, and you think about the results. It doesn't matter who's like winning the polls of the registered party. At the end, the political party will determine internally who's going to be appointed to run. Now, this is part of the problems of having proper representation in and out of political parties. But I want to discuss about what's happening abroad, because they're asking about this question of migrant votes and filters of candidates. Now, there's primary elections. We see what happens in this country and in others. The roster registry depends on the citizens. They might be for a party or not, even they could be affiliated or not. And the final decision about who's running for office, and I mean running for office in specific positions, governors, mayorships, the executive seat of the nation, all this depends on the citizenship as a collective to define who's elected or are running, because that should be a natural filter to counteract the situation about nominating poor candidates and filtering and screening. And one of the filters that we have as authorities are what Arturo just mentioned by affirmative action. In affirmative action, one of the main problems that we've observed is that the authorities have 10, 15 places, or for the political party to appoint for running for office for migrant people, people for disabilities, people from indigenous populations, Afro descendants, amongst others, diverse segments of the population with gender diversity. Political parties might incur in fraud when it comes to lack of compliance or breach of law, so they don't appoint the candidates and simulate the appointed candidates, and they send a person to run for office without being in compliance with the requirements by law. So political parties can be sanctioned, and they are not. We don't want fraudulent nominees being appointed, and there's these screens or filters to elect these candidates. So, thank you, Councilor Huesca. I have already, my attention's been called, so I have another question.
Okay, so we have one more question for the council member. What were the criteria that you established to just really work on those cities where we are establishing the consular offices and where we are just really opening all of the voting areas? And do we intend to expand it from 23 to a higher number? It's going to be a higher number. We worked along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So basically we have two criteria. One of them is this concentration of Mexicans in a district that is served by a given consulate office, and the physical capacity, the infrastructure of the consulate office to just be able to cater to this type of district and per number of persons. So naturally, a third factor was the budgetary availability, because we know that that's an important topic as well. Whether we're going to expand that or not, I think that that's an evaluation that we need to do after we conduct these elections. In my personal opinion, I do believe that we need to go towards that path, meaning expanding the number of consular offices, but that depends upon different factors, budgetary matters, and also the infrastructure that is available at every venue. We still have a couple more minutes to go. So can we hear in 3 more minutes, I don't know, closing remarks, please? Sure, thank you. Like I was telling you at first, when we started the discussion, this voting exercise in Mexico is not just a matter of rights. It's also a matter of building a state identity, a national identity. That's why it is important to really continue to foster these topics. I would just like to really talk about some of the conclusions and some of the things that I think that would be also part of the reforms that we need to have both constitutionally and legally as well. We were talking about the legal prohibition that political parties have this type of campaigns abroad in consideration of the rights that we had. This is only for Mexicans. That's something we need to consider. Another second consideration, see, is we are just having all of these reforms. What is going to be the registration of our diaspora? Unlike what happens as well, and we need to register this before each election. In Mexico, we are able to just really just process and obtain our voters card, and immediately we're part of the electoral roll. But that's not done in abroad. That's not how it's done. We need to go and register manually. So that's part of the participation that we see abroad. Well, automatically they need to be somehow registered, let's say online, and we need to have just a period. And that's in case someone decides to change their mode, and they can change their in-person mode or even their mail broadcasting. So again, Mexicans abroad as a project, it needs to be permanent, not temporary, and it is not something that needs to be established every time we have just elections. And the fact that it is a temporary vote, a temporary project, only when we have this type of conditions we're going to see it, and it is much more complicated to find a link with the Mexican diaspora. And for that reason, just really by keeping on working on this project to keep on building this national identity in an equal manner. Mr. Huesca? So the privilege is just to just really wrapping this up is to thank you for listening and just telling us and yourselves that we still need to continue working with the diaspora that is migrating to the U.S. In that case, we need to make these models more flexible with minor requirements in such a way that we can also be responsible for the different intersections that we see for migrants abroad, and just really believing in a standard migrant deputy, not a white privileged person, because that is not going to help those persons who are in the worst case possible. They do not have documents. We do want them to have all of this access to these rights. All right, perfect. So just well, we have this electronic ballot that was developed by the National Electoral Institute as well, and from the very beginning. So the question that we have is, this is going to be given to Mr. Jaime Rivera. It has to do with the next roundtable that starts at 12:55. Thank you so much and have a great day. the different topics, specifically on our ballot location, how it works, the different models that we have to communicate, and in our polling station, the result 10s, a quick count, for instance. And all of these topics are going to guide us to the elections result. And we have three council members of the electoral council, and they're going to be giving us different approaches. And I'll pass the floor to Mr. Jaime Rivera. He's going to be our moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arlen. So now I would like to greet you all, to welcome you back, dear observers and guests. It is very important to have you here. We really appreciate your attendance today. And we know that you are and you will do very thorough work, unbiased, very demanding. And with that work, you're going to contribute to just making sure that our elections are lawful. The National Electoral Institute is doing a very thorough, complex work. And we're doing this very thoroughly. Why? Because we have a regulatory system both in the constitutional scope, legal scope, and the regulatory scope, and in a very detailed, demanding form. We could even say with some complexity that may be too much perhaps, but that are the result of historic mistrust and also a series of solutions that we have found in the standards and practices, so that this mistrust that comes from the past can become trust, confidence, thanks to the work that is being conducted by the electoral authorities, both in the administrative plane and jurisdictional planes. In the case of the National Electoral Institute, since we have a core axis that is going to ensure professional, unbiased work in an independent and efficient manner, meaning the Professional Electoral Service, which is a professional body that is quite ample. It has over 2,500 officers that have been selected in a very thorough manner, that have been periodically assessed, and that have found in the National Electoral Institute an opportunity to have a professional career path that is quite demanding but also rewarding because of the type of service that they provide for the sake of democracy, and also for the prestige that all of this entails, provided that they do a good job. Of course, they always do. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate, right? Okay, so today's topic again is the election day. And we're going to be talking more specifically about two very important aspects related to this that begin with the opening of what we call polling booths or polling tables. So in our polling booths, we're going to follow a very complex process. We're going to be very careful. We're going to be very thorough when setting them up, and it is very reliable for that matter, and it is somehow, well, fraud proof or violation proof. And we also have an explanation coming on how this works, what is the process. And once the voting ends, then we begin to processes by the National Electoral Institute to yield preliminary results to the public. One of them is preliminary electoral results that starts a little after the voting is closed, and once we have finished with the scrutiny and at the different polling stations. Another way to provide preliminary results that are reliable as early as possible, even though it takes a couple of hours after the electoral voting close. That's what we call the quick count, meaning it is a process where we have all of this type of polling station samples and we have a reliable estimation of the results. These 2 points in the process, the opening of the voting by opening the different polling booths and polling stations, and after the voting is closed, and we're going to hear the detailed explanation first by Mr. Martin Faz. He's going to talk about this duty. All of us in Latin America have very complex processes. Do not get scared if Mexicans have been the champs in terms of complexity. So, also, another thing that we have managed to do is, well, I'm not saying the word champs is the right word, but we have been very competitive when it comes to electoral reliability based uncertainty. So Mr. Martin Faz is going to explain to all of us what is this complex duty and very significant duty, so that next June the 2nd, 98 million or plus citizens from Mexico can have the chance of taking part in this process, and it's up to Mexicans, up to their individual possibilities, and it's up to them to decide and to go and to a polling station that is close or nearby, relatively close to their homes, for them to be able to find everything set, everything ready, all properly arranged so that they can cast their votes. How are we going to do this with 170,000 polling stations distributed across the whole country? It is a country that is as large as Mexico is. So now the council member Martin Faz, and who is also the president of the Commission on Electoral Training, and that's the commission that makes it possible to somehow see 170,000 polling stations magically appearing everywhere, ready for citizens to get their votes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin Faz. You have the floor, so I will try to give you an explanation. That's my effort, because another complexity is just explaining such a complex process in just 15 minutes. That's another complex point. But first and foremost, thank you. Such a pleasure to have you here. And having you here is very important for us to be able to conduct this observation. I just have to highlight the significance of this process. And we know that we're going to have very fruitful observation works. So right now the purpose is to address the composition and functioning of these polling stations where votes are being cast. So right now we're seeing the functioning of these polling stations. We call them polling stations, polling tables. That's what I mean, pretty much the same. All of the stations, we just call them polling stations at all times. We're going to see some numbers of the electoral process, given the complexity of these elections, the numbers that are behind them, and that are part of this complexity. How is a polling station, what is the composition of this polling station? How is the training given to the different officials of that polling station? Who is going to give that training? Who's going to receive it? What are the activities on the elections day? And also some conclusions. First, we're going to see what is the composition and functioning of these polling stations. But first, we have to talk about these 2 pillars where we're focusing in this process. First, we have to do with a series of technical and operational procedures that are run by trained and professionalized persons, such as the National Electoral Institute staff. And also, we're going to have the surveillance, supervision of citizens as well in these processes. All of our district councils, we have 300 district councils as well in the country, and they're also made up of citizens. And we have 32 councils in all of the states. We call them local councils. We have 332 decentralized bodies, and all of them have been conformed by citizens. In addition to that, we have all of the citizens specifically on the election day, and these two pillars are fundamental. And we do all of this through this electoral training. We have a document that is called ECAE. As you may see the logo on the screen, this is a key document that is approved 1 month before we start with the electoral process. We started last September and then it was approved in August. And this is a document that consists of thousands and thousands of pages where we see the whole process for the selection of our trainers as well and supervisors, and also all of the processes, not only in terms of just working with these persons, but also for citizens as well, and for us to be able to establish the criteria to establish over 170,000 polling stations throughout the country. Well, let's take a look at the numbers. We have the election positions, 20,708 positions that are at play in this country. There are a huge number. We're talking about, of course, presidency and also senators, deputies, 9 governing positions, 30 local Congress seats, and municipal presidencies, meaning galore. That's how I would call it. And we're talking about all of these numbers that we have of positions, and then we have this roll of 98,329,591 voters. And the electoral system has always started just by talking about just really bringing as close as possible to our voters all of these polling stations. We do not have any sort of polling centers as many countries have. In our case, the model is the following. We need to bring as close as possible all of these polling stations to where people live. And for this reason, our key element is what we call sections, electoral sections. And we have also established that in every section we're going to have one polling station per 150 over 750 voters in every polling station. For that reason, on Sunday, when you go out to observe, you're going to see that there are some basic and nearby stations. The top number is 750. Some of them may have even less than 750. However, we will see basic and adjacent polling stations in some locations, but they are not really polling centers as such. They're just polling stations, polling booths, and to just welcome 750 voters. So that number is going to lead us to 170,000. That is going to lead us to 170 polling stations. We're going to have citizens who are going to be there to receive these votes and count them. How is a polling station composed? We have one presidency, or one president, one first and second secretaries, and then 3 scrutineers and 3 general incumbents. So we have overall all of these members. They are 9 persons, and we cannot forget the fact that we are going to have concurring voting, and it's only one polling station that is going to receive both local and federal elections. For that reason, we have 2 secretariats, one for the federal elections, the other one is for the state elections, local elections. And in addition to that, as part of this polling stations, out of those 9 persons, we may have representatives from political parties as well that are independent, and we could have up to 4 representatives, and then 2 incumbents as well, not by coalition, but by political party. And we're going to have electoral observers as well, and in such a way that we're going to have some polling stations where we're going to have a lot of people. So, well, the key element is again the officers that we have. We have 9 persons, and now we have, of course, again, incumbents are not there in the station. They are just in case we need them. And out of the scrutineers or the returning officers, one of them, the third one, also helps, just really help with just putting order in a line. And once we do this count, then two of them go for the federal elections and one goes for the local elections. So how do we train our officials, and who does this? Well, first, they are selected by the principle of a randomized selection. We need 1.5 million citizens who are going to be officials, are going to be serving as such. They're not volunteers. In this country, we do not have volunteers to become this polling station officials. We have this selection. It's a random selection. Right now, this month, we're going to follow the first last name, which is starting with A, and then March. That was the month that we selected. So based on that, we're going to select these persons. So if there are not enough persons with a last name A or who were born in March, then we go to letter B and C and so on and so forth. But it is done in a randomized way. This is section by section because the different polling station members need to be from the same section. That's another legal requirement. They need to be from the same section. And what else? Well, when we do this randomized selection for the next electoral section, of course, we're not going to allow the same letters and the same month, not letter A, not March, at least not in the next elections. It is going to be randomized. We're going to have double a randomization with the first letter of the father's last name and the month. And based on that, then that's how we select them. How are they trained? Well, they're trained by staff that is retained temporarily from December to June. We have 49,780 persons who are electoral supervisors. They are trainers who assist. And out of those, almost 50,000, just to have rounded up numbers, they were the result of a very stringent process where we had some call for participation. They passed a test, they were interviewed, and that's how we got them. We had 229,251 applicants who replied to these calls, 99,000 plus. They passed a test, and 79,000 were interviewed in each of the 300 district councils by our district council members, so that later we could get into these 50,000 persons who are going to go out there to visit the different officials. And then we're going to do this randomization then in letter A, and that is going to be 13% as well of the nominal roll that we have of 98 million. Like we said, 13%. And then we had 14,201,467 persons who were visited from February the 9th to March the 31st to be notified that they had been selected. They were part of the raffle, and they were chosen to be, of course, all of these ballot centers. And we had 12 million households, approximately. Who did that? Well, these 50,000 persons did that. That was the first round, by the way. Sometimes they have second rounds, by the way, after a second, raffle. There are two raffles. One first where they're notified that they were officials, and then we have a second raffle where they are specifically called to become part of the president staff or secretariat staff. So we have a double visit, right? It is very complex, complicated work in general, and it entails, well, a lot of things, a lot of logistic topics as well. So from April the 9th to June the 1st, we had training based on their position, their activities. That was the second visit that we got to train these 1.5 million officials that were required, and this was done through a raffle. We visited 14 million. We notified 8,539,000. Out of those, 2.797,373 billion persons met the criteria. And then today, we're going to see these pieces of information. We're going to see the pink section by 2024, and we're going to have 99.9% appointments. We have already trained 98.35% of our officials. We have had the participation of 89.99 as well. And we have some drills. These drills are some sort of recreation of the election day. And you have seen how the screen just follows all of that. We have this just series of drills and simulations at the polling station, because we've seen that those who are part of those drills are going to go there on the election day as well. So at least we know, and we have 44.5% of incumbents, because not all persons are going to really take their appointment for several reasons: health issues, they have their own social commitments, work commitments. Some of them are not even found because not everyone changes that or notifies the institute about their change of address. And we, of course, have persons who do not take their nominations. We have 4.5% of replacement. That's the standard percentage that we have for previous elections. We have had intermediate elections, we had 45%, and in the past we had around 38%, around that percentage. So we are around the standard percentage. So yes, there's a lot of people, a lot of substitutes. So those 50,000 persons who go walk street after street whenever we have elections, of course, they're quite noticeable. They're wearing this pink vest. They're well recognized, and it is tough work, of course. What is going to happen on the election day? Well, we're going to have some tours. We're going to go throughout all of this 7,753 electoral sections. They prepare all of the furniture, chairs, tables, and roofs, and we have already made the distribution of 317,391 to 116 million electoral ballots, and then add another number of ballots for local processes. So they have been already distributed. Today, we have distributed around 92% of them, almost a little bit more, I would even dare to say. We have handed them over to our different officials starting Monday, and to this day, the electoral, what we call package, is going to be handed over to the presidents of those electoral stations, and they're going to be there at 7:30 a.m. They're going to open it before everyone, and they're going to check that everything is properly made. So what happens on the election day at 7:30? We're going to have all of the different officials there to open the table. We're going to have the different secretaries, and they're going to be just helping us just set everything up, meaning the ballot boxes and everything. And at first they have to also just start signing all of the different election records as well. So after 8 a.m., as of 8 a.m., so again, once we have opened this, so the president requires to show the right thumb so that it is not marked. It's just a safety mechanism. They would just rip off the ballot, they would hand it over to whoever is going to vote. Then they go cast their vote at the box. As you saw it, it was a screen. And then they would just place their vote on the ballot box, and then they are also voting in the electoral roll, and then their voters card is also marked. They have a space to have that mark placed as well. That's what our different officials do at 6 p.m. or even before that. If everyone who is part of that role, if we have more persons who are part of the line and they need to wait, and then they announce the closing of the voting, then they start voting, and then they start just filling out all of the electoral records. They will have two tables for federal elections on one table and another one for local elections, and that's where we would divide the first secretary, the second secretary. We have two tellers as well, and returning officers. So once they have already completed the election records, then they keep them on the relevant envelopes. They would put them on the electoral envelopes as well, and they would just fill out the different posters. They would place them outside the polling station, and then they would hand over the package. We have different mechanisms to collect all of this. You can imagine that there are some, of course, ballots that are 10 hours away of this district center. We have approved them by the elections councils, and they have also been approved. These are reception centers that are fixed and that are not part of this district, or they're temporary centers where they go and collect several polling stations, and then they're taken to the 300 district councils where they need to gather all of the electoral packages. And then outside the electoral package, we have the preliminary record. So what are the conclusions? What happens in this case? Well, we have a citizen appropriation. They are the owners and responsible parties of this election day. They make everything possible. Citizens make this possible through this mechanism that you just noticed. It is a very complex, sophisticated process. We have created it and built it over 30 years of history. And my colleague, Mr. Rivera, mentioned at first, it is a process that is complex, of course, but that also gives certainty to. Why? Because we have all of these polling stations just surveilled, they're monitored by the different officers that have been chosen, and also because they're trained, and also because we have some other officers. I was just calculating how many persons were involved in this. About 1.5 million officials. Political parties may just have representatives in all up to 4 million. They do not have them all. We must mention this. They have not completed it all, but they do have around 2 million, a little bit more than 2 million. So just think about it: 1.5 million officials, 2.5 polling station officials, representatives as well, and observers, 22,000. Let's go a little bit beyond that number. Observers, you as foreign visitors, and of course we have the political parties who are also working that day. So if you just make the numbers, we have millions of citizens who are involved in the election day. To be honest, the election day of in this country has got a high percentage of its population that is quite high, participating in an organized way for this organized process. That's how it works. What else can I tell you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fast, Councilor Fast. It's been a great, thorough explanation. Now, if somebody of you didn't understand what was expressed, don't worry about it. It takes time even for nationals to understand the process, and we were included, the councilors. Now, the council. Now, let's open the floor for Council Norma de la Cruz, who will now explain these two procedures or processes to offer this to the general public, the preliminary quantification of votes as soon as possible. These are not the final declaration of results, but they help a lot to really build trust, because we start understanding how the polls or exit polls are going and how the end of the votes give us results. You have 15 minutes that are still elastic, Ms. de la Cruz. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, peers. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, we thank the general public and visitors from abroad or observers. It's great to see different known familiar faces. Thank you all very much. and we're going to speak briefly about the prep and the scrutiny and quantification of the polls or votes. I'll give you some background knowledge, and I'll mention this because back in '94 we had the first time we had foreign visitors, observers, and it was the first time in which had the specific program called the Information System of the Exit Polls, or the preliminary exit polls or results. Now, just as an anecdote, back in '94, 30 years ago, we received the ballots, and they started singing out the results of the exit polls, and they sent them via fax, votes via fax. Now, things have transitioned and grown since '94 till the present. As it was discussed, once we determine the quantification of the exit polls, at the ballots or the stations, we have a specific declaration or acts minutes, and you see the electoral official instruments, and you see the sample of the ballot. Prep is the way in which we capture and make a publication of the ballots or quantification of the ballot stations. We have preliminary results in Mexico, so we quantify till Wednesday. So this is very important because even if the results leave the voting station infrastructure, we have the centers, specific venues in which we quantify and transmit the data. We call them catedes. Once all of that army of trainers and electoral supervisors continue working after they finish E-Day or election days and they've quantified the votes, because we start the next step of operations to mobilize and recover all the material resources and obtain the packages. And obviously these documents or acts are sent to the prep. It's not like the exit polls. It's not a fast quantification of the votes that's been cast, but let me explain what we do. These are not the final declarations of results. And as I told you how we did things 30 years ago in these elections. We sent faxes via email. Fax technologies doesn't even exist. Some of you are so young that you have no awareness of their existence. But how does this phase of the process starts to quantify the votes? Now, the first phase of it, once you have the package. Now, have you been told that we had almost 300 million ballots? Now, for the prep process in that phase, we make public what's happening with 550,000 ballots. We have all these quantified. So the first phase starts when we pick up this at the centers called KAIs. So they take some sort of picture at the prep, at the booth. So you'll see, or once you go to those stations, you're going to see that infrastructure. There's like a cardboard box that's been designed as a box, so you can place it right on top of the ballot, take a picture with a cell phone, and here, that's where the process starts. That's what's procedural. First, we digitalize the instrument, and this could be done by taking the photograph of it when it's sent to the centralization units, and we have the full team or army to take a double snapshot of it. We have two people who are scrutinizing it, and there is like a capture, and we verify and tally the data. It's very important because once this is verified, it's sent to a site where we made the initial data public. And now there's another phase. Then we have to tally all the instruments. The phases at the prep lead us to this public site. It's a public government site. The citizenship can see live how they start calculating the prep system that works during 24 hours. It functions when we receive the first instrument or ballot. In Mexico, we have different time zones in the north of the country and the other sections of the country, depending. You see how we measure time, and then we have how we send packages of those ballots or instruments. You've seen that. This is the website. This is the interface. That's where we distribute the Prep Institute data from 2024. You see INE.mx, and it's all changed with the links of Prep. We have means of communication that are following the process and will spread or disseminate the results. And as I told you, this will continue operating for 24 hours until we have quantified or received 100% of the documents or ballots. Now, we speak about the fact that this territory in this nation has 1 million and many kilometers. We have some constituencies there. We have one in Chihuahua that has almost 5,000 kilometers. Now, when you go and recover all the material resources, ballots, there is a small percentage where where we update the information hour by hour. Now we expect to obtain here the first. We have the initial publication of the declaration. If you take the QR quick reference code, that'll send you to the hyperlink to the site so that I'm mentioning, and the acts or those instruments help us or serve us to do this process. Really increases, it builds trust between the citizenship. We invite the citizenship to take those, and you take the results from the ballot stations, take the picture of the results in your ballot station and verify the data and the numbers in the PrEP website, and that enables us and permits us to build transparency, accountability, build trust, and you can all be reviewers of the flow of all the results. Now, we speak about the differences in the slide. We quantify, scrutinize, and quantify fast. We do this fast also. Now, this is a way of giving trends results or exit polls, which at the end will be final. Even though there's no official declaration at this phase yet, we understand the trends or exit poll trends there. But first of all, they deactivate the information is inactive, so you can give the general public who has interest to the certainty, and we decline the uncertainty, and there's background knowledge. You know what happened about the elections in 1994. Now here, the National Electoral Institute, for this electoral process, we have constituted a committee for quantifying fast what's happening, and it's a collegiate body constituted by experts in the field that help us draft out or sketch out the statistics sectorial data, and it's these examiners in collegiate body that define the sample, and that's what these members do. And this random test starts. This is the first time in which we're analyzing or quantifying the fast exit polls to analyze the executive chair of this country, the presidential run, and and we measure all the votes to sample for the results for the executive power of this nation are around 7,500 polls or boxes there. Now, this committee has designed this program. They have a bunker, and they'll receive in this venue the results. Once this collegiate body has enough results and then they can stipulate the trends, firm trends, the National Electoral Committee and that board or committee will communicate these trends to the chair of the National Electoral Institute, and the chair of INE will then have the capacity to declare the trends when we have the exit polls, and the examiners in the field could tell us if it's sufficient. We will quantify the suffrage fast for the Senate. And at Congress or the Senate, as you will know, we will have a sample. The sample is of 620 stations, 50 stations per state entity, and there is a sample of 10 stations per state entities that have different time zones in this nation. Now, this is the first time in which in these elections we're going to quantify the exit polls fast for the election to Congress or deputies. Now, for that quantification of votes, and we have to do it fast, we have a sample of 4,620 voting stations, around 15 stations per constituency, and there's a sample of 5 polling stations in some state entities or constituencies of the 3 state entities that have a different time zone. And that speaks of the fact of the sample that's taken. And now by taking sample, the National Electoral Institute will then be in the proper conditions to submit information, reliable, accountable information, measuring the solid trends to the citizenship. Now, this explains a bit of the process, the chain of the process to quantify the exit polls of the polls fast. Now, once you design or taken sample of it, but once this is over, or this centers and the trained members that will take part of the samples have to design their paths or their journeys. And once you see the flow chart here, we see the formal instruments, the official instruments, we start compilation. That compilations enables us to start sending the information. It's very important right now in this phase of the process. You know, at the PrEP, at these facilities, what we have hosted or have a host services up in the cloud, and then we have this stored in Amazon with the cloud. There's 3 layers of security or armored data. If one contingency layer is vulnerated, there's 2-3 more layers of contingency, part of the security offered by technology, and there's a sequence of systems being tested, and we've tested the websites, and all of these all of these situations in which we make the system, and we impose tension and stress in the system so it's functioning perfectly well during E-Day. Now that's part of the relevant steps of this process for us to sample, or for the entities to sample for the elections, like there's different stations for each suffrage or vote process, so we can really obtain a representative sample of that universe. Now, the National Electoral Institute will be quantifying fast all the exit votes for the election of governorships, including Mexico City. Now, those who announced the declaration of results of the fast trend quantification of exit polls have at state level are the chairs of the OPLAs, or these other centers at state level, as I've said. Now, that's briefly a sketch in a very succinct way how we process things. I was about to get like the monitoring card here, but now it's very succinct, it's compact. This is how we close and celebrate the closure of E-Day. This is hard work that we do from the initial facilities and first step until we reach the compilation and consolidation centers. We have to mark routes, paths. There's a lot of logistics and operation efforts that needs to be material, so we have the proper conditions to quantify fast all the data. And we have to make this information public as soon as possible with the preliminary exit polls, so the information is available for the general public. After having said this, I celebrate the closure of my participation. On time, Norma. Thank you. Now we have some questions, that were inherited or given by me by Manuel Riva Palacios. The question is, how many people are deployed? How many servers are deployed, or people are deployed throughout E-Day in all the nation? Now, I can answer part of the question, and Mr. Faz can answer another segment of that question, but Faz has given us data. The trainees in electoral station servants are quantified. Almost 50,000 people at the stations are working, and we have to add some aides that are technician in their nature, that participate in constituencies, and that can easily, we can quantify easily 2,000 more at the stations, and we have to add 2 seniors that are professional station officials of the 300 constituencies, which add up 1,500 more in population, and then we add 1,800 counselors. Yes, 1,800 distinct counselors and the local members that lead us to quantify 2,000 more. So, to say we're quantifying around 60,000 people that are being deployed on that day in different areas and regions with different roles that were appointed for different roles. And during E-Day, we have, 50-some thousand and out in the field deployed, and this number is closer to 60,000 without quantifying the personnel or staff that are working in central venues of the process. This cumbersome numbers are what they are because of the dimension of this territory and dimension of our population and citizenship, because it also depends on the complexity of what process is and our procedure is. They make it very secure, safe, and armored, but it's simple, but it's not easy. There's another question that should be formulated for the Foreign Affairs Liaison member. Marlene is outside. Marlene could answer that question. I will submit this to that government official, and she'll give it a response at the timely. It's about the international observers or foreign visitors. Thank you. We have many questions. I'll start asking questions to Council Faz now first. Instead of visiting those homes, wouldn't it be preferable to call in those who live in different localities to specific stations? Or we've received another question correlatable to that coexists with the other question, the station table structure, or do they receive a payment, an economic bonus, and then there's like two correlatable questions to this question. Are the political party representatives identifiable with by any means? Of course, and we're very stringent, very stringent with the registry as well. And they ask us if the voting is mandatory. These questions, sir, are here. The question is, how do you decide to constitute or integrate? How do you integrate or constitute these voting stations? And Martin, could you give this to the right official to respond? And there's a question about prison or prison voting from Okay, don't be frightened, my teen. This is not an indictment. I mean, it's not from the judiciary. You're not being called to appear, but we're okay. So, and then we're going to go to the next set of questions. Instead of just visiting or paying field visits, we have to interview those individuals who were elected during those raffles. And it's a formal notification or indictment to appear for those in our structure. First of all, we randomly elect like 13% of the nominal roster. We have to identify all those people that were randomly elected now to see if they meet the requirements and fit the profile, because there's in our law specifications to meet the requirements to be at those polls, at those stations. But one in a second raffle or in a second phase, we appoint the chair of the stations, the members in scrutiny, the secretaries, and we have to notify them and appoint for the role during E-Day. And during those visits and interviews, we take that moment to train them. However, in the training process, there's a modality or type of group training, and we do have that type of training programs. One is the individual training, one-on-one training process. When the person visits our centers once or twice, there's group or collective class trainings, but it depends on the will but not everyone can show up during that training. We have that individual one-on-one training process, and we have online training programs. But there's a lot of people that prefer to be trained face-to-face or in person or in classroom settings. We have just a few people that register to train online, and that happens more with our youth, which fortunately I must tell you that there's this group from our demographics that are very functional, and our youth are quantified and they participate more in the voting stations they turn 19 to 30. That's the demographic group that has more presence at our voting stations, and that gives us that makes us feel happy because we notify them and they have to visit us and sometimes go to training in person. And there's an instrument that you have to prove that you went through the training process. But during that training process of the members elected, there's a collective syllabus of training. Is voting a mandate? Is it compulsory? Yes, in our charter, but there's no sanction or penal or punitive action. But what's factual is that it's mandatory in our constitution or charter, but there's no penalty. But in your countries, if you go to vote, that you can be served a penalty, an admin or payment or economic sanction. In our country, there's no imposed penalty, even if in our constitution the mandate of voting or suffrage makes it mandatory, but there's no penalty, so it nullifies what the charter states in the essence. It's mandatory. How do you elect the people at the stations from the nominal roster? It's not a mandatory function to be appointed as a member of the voting stations, but it is so that 43% of the people that are elected have a backup of substitution, because in our law it's a mandate, but there's no sanctions correlatable to being there. If not, that we wouldn't have that 43% substitution rate. I mean, we give them 550 pesos as a economic benefit. I can't go through the exchange rate right now at the moment to exchange that currency to USDs. it's $24 are given to those who participate, more or less. A bit more, $30. They receive $30. It's just a symbolic payment. It's for them to go and have something to eat. That's for their nourishment for the day, and the representatives at the stations have to be clearly identified. They must have a GAFET, and there's a process to register them first to see if they meet the requirements to be political party representatives, because the political party can issue accreditations, but if they're going to serve as boiling stations, structure or material resources, they cannot have that second registry. So if they're in the reserve or substitute or alternative list, there's a sequence of laws and regulations. 10 days in advance, political parties have to submit their lists of members, and we cross-reference and tally that all the people in that list meet the requirements. They are issued a specific accreditation or license, which is then printed, and when it's printed, it's part of the package of documents when they're part of the elections, and these packages are given into the chairs at the stations, and the chair of the station at the polls can verify that whoever is present and submits data as a representative is precisely allocated to that station, because we sent them a list previously to let them know who are registered as polling station reps in that process. So of course, yes, what we permit, what they can bring in during E-Day is a small pin that communicates what party they represent, a small political party pin. It's forbidden to have political party colors at the stations. They can have that pin, but that's it, but that's not what really lets us know who is who, and they have been appointed for a specific role. I believe that I've answered all the questions. Thank you very much. To give you general context about the first questions about it being mandatory in the Mexican Constitution to vote, the Mexican Constitution Charter defines in its corpus of law that it's a right and the duty of each and responsibility of each citizen. But if there's not a sanction imposed, then it's not a mandatory in the strict sense, in the spirit. But being a servant in those polling stations, it's a mandate, but it's something that it's not mandatory, but at the end it depends on the will of the person that's appointed. But I must say, fortunately for our system during elections, when there's a raffle and you're elected from the citizenship or that roster to be part of those stations, and they're not happy and joyful about being part of that structure, they accept and comply with joy, pride when they're elected during their duties, what are taking place during E-Day. Without those members, the system it's owned by the citizenship. Fortunately, that's part of the positive virtue of these systems during the electoral process. Do you have further questions for Council Norma regarding the PrEP and the successful quantification? They asked us if for the PrEP results you're considering all of the stations, or do you elect some randomly? For the PrEP results, we consider all the instruments sent to all the stations. That's the positive side of the exit polls, and we take that sample of the trends. And for the sampling, the votes for the senators are 1,600 stations, and for the presidential level is 7,500, and for mayorships of government in the case of Mexico City, the sample that we take is from 600 stations. In Chiapas, 600. In Guanajuato, we take samples from 500. In Morelos, 200. Puebla, 450. Tabasco, 200. Veracruz, 350. Yucatan, 350. Now, that's the dimension of the sampled stations for the exit poll quantification, and we're being asked, this is a good question, they ask us if the the ballots are being digitalized in the national prep quantification to know the trends. That's the thing. We don't do that national quantification of it. We don't do that in Mexico. In Mexico, we quantify this at constituency or district level. Our electoral constituencies are divided into different districts, federal districts, and other electoral regions or sections. So the computation, the declaration, the final quantification happens on Wednesday, and we're all invited to see the district or the constituencies when we start quantifying. That's why we have a preliminary or exit poll quantification process or phase. It's not that we're adding everything at a national scale, because even at the beginning of it, we analyze what's happening in the constituencies or districts. It started on Wednesday. Next Sunday, the executive local constituencies obtain the results of these districts, and they'll be in the right conditions to submit the exit polls for the senates. And there's a process. You have the first pass of the post, and we have those preliminary results. And there's a difference when we compare what happens, and I'll explain what happens in Mexico City. And in Mexico City, the quantification of these votes happened during the same night of E-Day. In Mexico City, as I've said, the results are given in the morning, and that declaration is final at national level. The quantification of the votes are declared finally on Wednesday. And in Mexico City, people don't sleep. No one sleeps, but we don't have the final declaration results. But here we have another question about the consideration of what's happened in those with those people that are in prison, and what happens if there's a violation of human rights. But I mean, not necessarily. First of all, the votes from prison is not people voting from prison. I mean, it's what I'm going to say is not in the body of law yet, but this is being processed through the court judgments, rulings from the electoral tribunals. Now, this leads us or mandates us to organize the elections, but we depend totally in the coordination with the precinct authorities and the jail system authorities. So we face other structural social issues or problems amidst that type of vote, because people who are in prison casting their votes have to face an expedite trial, and they're in prison for 2 years, and then they ask them if they want to vote. So we analyze the structural society's problems. So if there's enfranchisement, when people are voting from prisons, they weren't just all completely identified. So we had to go through a major process to identify those who are in prison, to facilitate the first phase, to give them that identity. People in prison were enfranchised or disenfranchised to vote. We had to issue voters' identity cards so they can vote. We didn't give them physically because of security issues, but the logistics behind it all to have prisons cast from the precincts have the specific types. It's not that we take the ballots or the paper or the electronic ballot box, but it's the legal scaffolding that regulates the operations that have to be something that we comply with, so we can issue the specific and comply with the rulings. No, there's no more questions. You have 2 minutes. Would somebody like to formulate additional questions? Quantification for governorships. There's two reasons for this. The work, and when you design this technically and scientifically based to quantify this with the celerity it needs. It's a field of expertise. Not all mathematicians have absolute domain, or actual examiners have the you have to have mathematical actuarial skills and computer science skills. And 7 years ago, we had an experience or a case that proved certain malfunctions with the quantification of a state entity. So it was at a local scale that it had a malfunction when quantifying, when it had a problem due to logistics and a lack of sufficient or insufficiency. Now, the National Electoral Institute is empowered to enforce legally and attract or execute some duties and due to specific mandates, and it takes on what's happening at a local scale, and we've had very good results through these processes that has to do with enhancing the certainty of our results. We have to also think about the resources that we have available. We have human resources that are highly qualified and skilled personnel by scientists and examiners and our actuarial experts that can really share and work with their knowledge and expertise that's accrued, and it works better with these experts instead of distributing this info between nine. But we can do this at local scale. Yes, that's how it was done before. There was a state entity that had bad results 70 years ago, but we decided to solve that with this process. I must say that in Mexico City, we don't lack the trained personnel, competent members that are in research centers working and are part of the scholars of academia, and they sit down and review what's happening with the governorship polls with a fast exit poll scrutiny. Now, that's something that the National Electoral Institute does, but the National Electoral Institute of Mexico City at city level will quantify fast all the exit polls of the 16 mayorships that constitute the city of Mexico, and I'm sure that the results and their execution will be flawless, and they've done things flawlessly in the past. In Mexico City, this type of exercise is easily done because our city has a high level of density beyond our population, and you see the paved roads, and the city is well communicated, and the distances are short in our journey. So logistically speaking, this process is faster, and that helps us have this proper function. So I'm sure that the National Electoral Institute of the city will do its job, and they'll do it right. So another question. Please go ahead. I forgot to answer a question here. The question was about the profile of those people who are at the stations. What law mandates is to be part of the ballot stations at those tables. You must be in origin a Mexican citizen by birth. No other nationality should be acquired, and you have to be part of have a household and be registered in the Electoral Institute, have a household address, voter's ID, have the capacity to exercise political electoral rights, and have an honest way of living. Will give the meaning to this concept, have been part of the training process from the district constituency authorities. She must not be a government official with a position or have any affiliation to any political party in any hierarchy or role. The person must know how to read and write, and to be appointed to the chair of the station. There's specific requirements in which education and criteria and development is necessary. Whoever has a higher level of education should take the chair at those stations, because it's clear and evident to us that you can imagine that about the dimension of the territory, the level of educations in those who are elected is diverse, but there's specific education criteria for to be elected. Whoever has the highest level of postgrad studies can take the chair at the station. Those are the profiles. Then, thank you very much. I forgot to answer the question now, and I add this formal definition. Council Fast has just added and mentioned the electoral bodies. There's constituencies and territories that are small, where we're grouping or clustering all the electors, and we install at least a poll station so the voters can go cast their votes. Well, thank you very much.